I made a grave mistake last night. It was like 8 p.m. and I was feeling a little bit tired. And I was at the grocery store and I was like, you know, maybe I'll try drinking an energy drink. See what that's all about. Because I don't really drink energy drinks with caffeine very much. So I ended up drinking an energy drink that had like 200 milligrams of caffeine in it. Spent the entire night just like sitting awake, shaking, unable to focus on anything. And I like haven't slept. Hey, you, Speedwee, Yo, Craig, Yusef, Cat Muffin, and everyone else. I don't know who that is, Cavendish. So, no, I didn't see that. Hey, up for the Valkyrie. So yeah, if you missed it, we are currently 9.5 hours into a Master Mode playthrough. We just killed the mech bosses. And we are going to go on to Plantera, do all the post-Plantera mage stuff. Hopefully get some stuff from the pillars. Or sorry, not the pillars, the moons and everything else. And then go on and beat the game. I don't... I don't really know anything about Balatro, Cavendish. But that sounds good for them. Hope they have fun. Every time you hear someone getting an energy drink, you know they don't finish. Oh, I finished it in like 3 minutes. I was thirsty. What's the point of getting a drink if I'm not going to finish it? Okay, so we literally just killed the last mech. We killed Skeletron like right before this. We don't have a Plantera. We know we can go build one. I didn't stream yesterday. Let's make a hollowed pickaxe. Get rid of you. Sell you. Sell you. How much money do I have? 2 platinum. I plan on doing this again with the gem saves get reworked. Yeah, that's the idea. So we basically see how mage feels right now, and then when the gem staff reworks happen, we see how much different mage feels after that point, and see how much the gem staff reworks helped and how nice they are. So we have a baseline comparison. Because who uses gem staffs? When was the last time you actually used a gem staff? Okay, let's just get some chlorophyte. Do some mining. Rainbow rod should be fine on Plantera. So we want spelunkers, night owls, hunters are good, shines are good. I forgot mining potions. Do we have food? Not actually sure. Can we make food? Does not seem like it. Oh, we can fish for a little bit of food. What's the armor pants we're using? Apprentice's trousers. They're an armor mix from the old one's army. They have 20% magic crit chance on them. It's very good. Do we have a release date for the gem stave stuff? I don't believe they've given us a release date. I think they just said they've been working on it. So yeah, I don't know much about when that would be coming out. Hopefully soon. But who knows? Okay, what's our mining speed at right now? 25, 50. I ate ambrosia, that's 55. I need 15%. Do we have a zoologist? Zoologist would let me hit mining speed cap. Let's make some houses. Get the zoologist. What do you think about the killing deck mage weapon? I was surprised by the killing deck mage weapon. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than it was when using it, because when I had tried it in isolation before, it was really pretty underwhelming. But using it in this playthrough, we had a couple blood moons happen in early hard mode, and it was good. It was genuinely useful. It's not the best magic weapon ever, but given that it's basically just purchased, it's really pretty reasonable. What do I do besides gaming? So it was 3x3, 1, 2, 3. Looks like a faster and magic quad barrel. Not quite, because the scatter shot's only every third shot, which is a little bit awkward. Yeah, we'll give this guy eyes. This is his mouth. He's a really thin guy smoking a big, like, tobacco pipe. Actually, that's one of his eyes. That's his other eye here. It's kind of a top-down view, right? We're looking at it horizontally, top-down. Those are his eyes. He's got a very thin face. He's two-dimensional. That's his mouth, and he's smoking this big pipe. Sending out puffs of smoke. One of those puffs of smoke is a house. Okay, another chair. Table, and then we need walls. Stone should be fine. Well, stone for the smoke, and then we need wood for the pipe, because it's a wooden pipe, right? It'd be weird if it had dirt, because you don't make pipes out of dirt. That'd be ridiculous. Bubble blocks might make it more convincing for smoke. I don't have access to bubble blocks. I don't have a party girl. I'm doing this to get a zoologist. We haven't had the open housing slots to have a zoologist move in. Okay. Throw in a couple of these. Okay. We have the mage NPC. Yeah, we got the wizard. That's how we got the killing deck. Okay. And honestly, I want to get maxed out mining speed, so maybe we'll sleep for a minute. This will let some life fruit grow. Hopefully the zoologist shows up in the morning. It's a little bit awkward. My sundial's on cooldown. We're using magic ball. No, I don't like. I don't like touching balls. I don't like that. A window might have been a nice touch to it. What kind of pipe has a window? That doesn't seem right. So somebody asked earlier if I slept. I slept for like 2 hours, like 8 a.m. That was the point where I finally felt tired enough to sleep. But if you want to see the water, there's no water in a pipe. It's all like it's all just tobacco all the way down. Let me harvest these herbs. Okay. So what do we want to do as a game plan after Plantera? Right, because we'll kill Plantera easily. Rainbow Rod will take care of that. But then after that, we probably go get Spectre Armor from the dungeon. It could be fun to try the Dark Artist mixed set. Post Golem. We could potentially do moons. I'm not going to make a video on this, Derek. I mean, maybe I was thinking about making some highlight reels that just have... The thing is, there's nothing to make a video on in this stream. Like, I'm just playing the game. There's no challenge. There's no overarching theme. I'm just playing the game. There's no video here. I'm just playing the game. It would be an incredibly boring video. That scepter, we could... Mostly just getting weapons for the moons. Like, I feel like on this difficulty, getting through the moons kind of requires having something better than the weapons you get from the moons. Right, because we're not really a min-max DPS build, and it would be cool to get Blizzard Staff, Razor Pine, Bat Scepter, but I feel like I'm going to need, you know, Razor Blade Typhoon, something from Martians, like the Laser Machine Gun, or Charge Blaster Cannon. I'm trying Nettle Burst. If I get one to drop, sure, but I don't have high expectations about that one. I'm sure I'll make a video about the rework when it comes out, but that's not anytime soon yet. At least I assume if it's going to be coming out soon, like, you know, within the next week or two, we would have heard something. Here, let me... I don't think this is a good house for NPCs moving into, so let me move some people out here. And then, hopefully, when the zoologist moves in, she'll just be here. The hell is that house? That's a top-down view of a man smoking a pipe. Inferno Fork is pretty good against the moon. Yeah, I've never really used Inferno Fork, but that's an option. Try Duke now pre-Plantera? I mean, I'm sure we'd win, but why? It would just be slow. I don't want a truffle. I want a furry. I don't want to give this guy a house. Zoologist? There we go. Okay, she's here. The whole point of this was to buy a koi kite. Kites are kind of OP. And this lets us hit capped mining speed very easily. Yeah, I just think that that's a really, like, I don't know, reductive way to play Mage. Because, like, the Razorblade Typhoon's cool and all, but Mage has so much weapon diversity after Plantera that I don't want to just, you know, sit here using the Razorblade Typhoon the entire game. Like, I've done that plenty of times. Shadow Reamer's Crazy Mobber. Yeah, let's kill Plantera first, and then we'll think about it. There's not really a whole lot at the pre-Plantera stage. I guess we've got Venom Staff, but I don't know Poison Staff to upgrade from. So they got Razorblade Typhoon, just have to use it. Yeah, but it's gonna take, like, way longer to prepare for killing Duke Fishron at this stage than just waiting a little bit to kill him. And, like, I don't want to be streaming here for 6 hours. If we do the prep to kill Duke Fishron, I'm gonna just go beat the game after that, because I don't want to spend 30 or 40 minutes getting ready to do that. I don't even have wings right now. I don't have a mount. I don't have anything to fight Duke Fishron with. I'd spend a bunch of time getting ready for that, and then that'd be the time I'd do instead of doing the moons or farming the post-Plantera dungeon or something like that to get a weapon. And I don't really want to do that. Tome of Infinite Wisdom? We did tier 2 Old One's Army a few times. We didn't get it to drop, unfortunately. Is it worth getting wings pre-mech if you have a horseshoe balloon and amphibian boots? I don't have amphibian boots. I just don't really care. It's pretty much always worth getting wings. There's not really any reason not to. Yeah, so to explain what we were doing now, kites give a 15% mining speed bonus. That means that with Ambrosia, a mining potion, and an ancient chisel, you can reach 70% mining speed, which is the capped mining speed. And with a titanium pickaxe or better, that means you can reach a mining speed of 1, which breaks 60 blocks per second, which we are doing right now. That is a very, very fast way of mining all the chlorophyte and everything you need. And for making a Plantera arena when it comes. Moth! Potentially a pair of wings. At last. There was a mimic too. It's to the left. Oh, right. I'm playing mage. We did get butterfly dust. Okay, that's a pair of wings. Bombs exist. It's not like mining speed or anything but a tedium reducer. I mean, this is faster than bombs. This is faster and much more effective than bombs. Like, don't get me wrong. Bombs are cool and all, but this is way better than just throwing a bunch of bombs. You do not move anywhere near this quickly. You can't mine chlorophyte with bombs. And even for digging out of Plantera Arena, I'm pretty sure doing it with a pickaxe is going to be faster than spamming dynamite. Maybe power bombs would be faster, but by that point you're in hard mode, so you'd have chlorophyte, and you can't blow that up with power bombs. Oh, if mining armor did 2x2 or 2x3 mining? I don't know. I feel like that... Like, in addition to the mining speed or instead of the mining speed? Because one of the things that's nice about mining armor right now is that you don't need the full set. You can just use individual pieces. If it did 2x2 or 3x3 mining on top of the mining speed bonus, it would be pretty ridiculous. You'd literally be mining 4 times faster or 9 times faster. But if it didn't, then you'd need to get the full armor set to get the bonus, which was kind of the issue with old mining armor, where it was a rare drop, and if you got individual pieces, they didn't do anything. Yeah, and there's already shovel for dirt. I'm using Book of Skulls for Plantera. Did I get a Book of Skulls to... I did get a Book of Skulls to drop. We could use Book of Skulls for Plantera. I don't think I'm going to, but I could. The option's on the table. Woman spotted. The metal detector. For clearing out arenas, dynamite, you feel faster, but for mining ores, max mining speed is the way to do it. I don't know, I feel like it's always a little awkward trying to use dynamite for arenas. I've never been a big fan of it, given the alternative. Okay, we've got a bulb here. It's a little bit of a distance to the arena, but let's... Honestly, at this point, we have enough chlorophyte, I'm pretty sure. Let's just go around hunting for some life fruit. There was some to the right, down, yeah. Also, it makes the life fruit gathering process so much faster. Up top. You just zip around the jungle. Moth win, already got one. Need another hunter potion. Don't think we'll need another one after this. Let's not get hit by that. That's going to do a lot of damage. One of the other fun things about the underground jungle is that there's not really a distinction between the underground part of the underground jungle and the cavern part of the underground jungle. Unlike the underground snow biome, where they are kind of distinct. We're surface now. Make almost all your arenas... Yeah, if you're mining in pre-hard mode, it would be difficult to match this mining speed unless you have... unless you're playing on, like, For the Worthy, or if you have a Gravedigger shovel, you have to be able to match it. With good mining speed bonuses. No luck with any more life fruit yet. We killed the mechs fairly quickly, so there wasn't a ton of time for life fruit to grow. The I've clearly tricked makes sense to disable the annoying lizard spawns. I mean, you could, but it's not that difficult to get through the temple. And I mean, if you're gonna cheese the temple anyways, you could just hoik to the end of it. There's no need to walk through the whole thing properly. Usually I don't find the lizards are the annoying part of the temple. It's the traps that are more difficult. Danger sense potion's good for that. Life fruit bottom left. Tons of money. No, not bottom left. Maybe top left. Yeah, top left. There's a 50-50. Make a life food found free hub. Yeah, that's not a bad option now, especially after the introduction of jungle juice. If you didn't see it in 1.4.5, they added a potion you can craft with life food. It heals 180 HP, which gives them, you know, some kind of long-term use past. What am I doing? I have a rainbow rod. Am I using a life drain? Completely forgot I crafted this thing. Some kind of use beyond just getting to max HP. So having a farm can have some nice long-term benefits. You can have a nice supply of a potion that's not that much worse than a super healing potion. Yeah, so it's basically a potion between greater healing potions and super healing potions. It's a bit like Honeyfin, in the sense that you can spend a bit of time farming for something to get a slightly better We're getting tons of mimics. It's worth the money, I think. We don't have a whole lot. Oh, I'm out of mana. Titan Glove. Better amphibian boots or Terraspark boots for bosses? I mean, the only advantage that Terraspark boots have for bosses... I mean, in pre-hard mode, Terraspark boots are better for bosses. But come hard mode, the only advantage Terraspark boots have in bosses is, and I think that's pretty significant. But Terraspark boots let you build arenas with lava to disable enemy spawns or do some clever stuff, which can be nice in certain difficulties. Am I blind? I must have been running circles around this thing. Oh, there were multiple life fruit. Is it just directly in the middle? I'm not seeing anything. Ah, yeah, it's right there. Terraspark boots, if you're using fledgling wings, you definitely want to use Spectre boot upgrade, because they have just awful flight time, and that's what makes them kind of usable. Let's not get tortoised. Jungle Douche is 3 HP per second, while greater healing is 2.5 HP per second. Yeah. It's a nice upgrade. I wonder where the breakpoint comes in, where it's potentially worth making jungle juice instead of using the life food if you have less than max HP. Because I think there's a line where having access to some potions that heal you for 30 more can be nice than having 5 more HP in a boss fight. Assuming you're not, you know, grinding to max HP. But I'm not sure when that point would come in. Because right now we've got 10. Right? I get to 450 HP, or I get to 490 HP and make some jungle juice. In multiplayer once, you did a max movement speed build for Premech Duke, which had like 4 frog-like variations. Oh yeah, that sounds goofy as hell. It's always fun just maximizing one stat. Defense, melee speed, movement speed. Movement speed does stack pretty high. You get ascension speed. We've got 2 more minutes in our kite buff. We've gotten a lot of life food. We can always just come back later for more. I think we've stripped most of the jungle of its fruit. Dug through most of the place now. We've got plenty of chlorophyte. How much is that? 697? Yeah, we've got plenty. Let's make our way to the temple, mine out a Plantera Arena, and then get this show on the road. It's gonna be like 470 for better healing. Oh, we need to go off to the right. Didn't even realize where we were. I thought we were way further to the side. We're gonna have to refresh our kite buff soon, but that's fine. Best thing for me to do here would be to get there very quickly, make a house in like 3 minutes. And then make a pylon. which should let me set up place pretty safely. So life food straight down? Yeah. Another life food. I think getting that pylon set up is higher value than picking up this life food, but I think we have time for both. We're moving really fast. Another life food? Oh, never mind, there was plenty of time for this stuff too. There's another life food! It's further to the left. Yeah, maybe I was taking longer on the next than I thought. We've had a ton of it grow. Okay, that's our temple room. Safest way to fight Golem and Plantera is to clear an arena between them, pull Golem out into it. Need to be quick about this house so we can move an NPC in before the night ends. We'll just do 2. Give this guy a few arms. He's flexing. He has a small penis. Workbench. Hey, Wesley. Healthgate, one-shot protection. Oh. What context are we talking about? There's a lot of games that have, like, one-shot protections. Are you thinking about something like that for Terraria? I kind of missed the conversation. Been locking in, trying to build this before the end of the night. Is this house too small? Oh, it's good. Let's do Dryad Painter. That's fine. Did it? Something odd. Dryad Painter, Nodi Slime. Right, Jungle Pylon. I'm gonna mod about how you exploit it by having rock bottom HP. I see, I see. Let's see. Jungle Juice. Is that just a... Yeah, it's just a straight upgrade of greater healing potions. Tell you what, I will use all but one. Did we get lucky? No. If we got lucky, we could have saved a life fruit there. I'll Shimmer an Aegis Fruit. Have 3 Jungle Juice for the Plantera fight. And I think that's worth more than just having 5 extra HP. Okay. And now we go build the arena. Mining speed so fast you thought I was playing Calamity for a sec. Not sure if Cool Whip is much better for Sanguine. I'm not sure. Not sure. It's got more range, at least. I know the one thing that's awkward about using Firecracker with Sanguine Staff is on the twins. The Firecracker has a little bit low range, and it's actually a bit awkward to hit the twins. Why no wings at this stage? I just haven't killed a wyvern yet. We got butterfly dust. I can get wings whenever I want. I just haven't needed them yet, so hasn't been a reason to. But I mean, as soon as we want them, we can just pop up, kill a wyvern. We still got 5 minutes of mining, so we should be at max speed. Yeah. Obsidian skin would help out a lot here. I have no obsidian skin potions. Make an obsidian skin potion. Didn't you get the kite buff faster if you spam it? It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't take long to get the buff to begin with. Maybe, but I don't really care. Obsidian. Do we need more obsidian? I think so. So planning out your medium core, get fixed boy, you're definitely making a lot of hooks. What's the earliest block you can use at the bottom of a vertical hook to cancel the fall damage? I mean cloud blocks. You can get cloud blocks from cloud slimes. Alternatively, if you make a toilet, you can get poo blocks, which cancel fall damage. If you get unlucky with cloud slime spawns, which seems unlikely because I feel like they're all over the place. You can also just go to a floating island for clouds too, of course. But yeah, those are your 2 fall damage canceling blocks. Cloud blocks and poo blocks. Pink gel blocks are earlier. You need a solidifier for pink gel blocks. No, that's certainly not earlier than a cloud block. Is mining armor even worth it in 1.45 after 1.4.5 made max mining so easy to get? Only get lava slimes that spawn. Oh wait, oh wait, get fixed boy. Right. Yeah, get fixed boy doesn't have clouds anyways because they're replaced with legion blocks. Poo blocks would be your easiest way. Make a toilet. You can use that with iron. Eat food. You will shit yourself on the toilet, and then you can use poo blocks to cancel fall damage. Because, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, so I don't know why Get Fixed Boy just slipped my mind there. I was thinking about regular world. Thunder's Apple for carry versus Planetary? Absolutely, it's a really strong weapon. Lightning, have you seen what happens when lightning strikes a plant? The plant doesn't win. Balloons from the Party Girl? I mean, Party Girl's guaranteed to show up day 1 and get Fixed Boy if you have the money for it. Do balloons cancel fall damage? I didn't know that. Never really use silly balloons for anything other than building. Day 1 slime staff and get fixed boy as a lifesaver? I actually disagree a lot, Bonus Crook. I think getting a day 1 slime staff and get fixed boy is a mistake. I think it's much better to buy Pig Von Yardis from the Party Girl, so you can get Party Bullets, which allow a very, very early Arm Stealer, which can get you a very, very early Flintlock Pistol. A Flintlock Pistol is a hell of a lot better than a Slime Staff. So yeah, if you have money, day 1 and get Fixed Boy, buy Pig Von Yardis and try to get Party Bullets, so you can get an early Arm Stealer. That's way better than any other option. Can't you get both? I mean, it costs like 10 gold for a slime staff. I don't know how much money you're getting day 1. Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't talking about you next generation. Someone else had mentioned getting a slime staff day 1 as a lifesaver and get Fixed Boy, but I think that's not a great use of money. Get both? I don't know how much money you guys are getting day 1. Like, it is not cheap to get a slime staff. Don't mimics drop big money? They drop like 6 gold. If you get a golden slime and get the means to kill it within the short period of time you have day 1. Keep in mind, you only have like, 12 minutes or something. But you start to spawn at 7:30 in the morning, roughly. You have like 12 minutes to get 15 gold, 20 gold to reliably get both. That's not easy. Hey, Woot. How much extra damage is Pouty Bullets? Oh, you don't use Pouty Bullets for killing anything. I mean, they're good. They're like 10 base damage or something. But you use Pouty Bullets just so you have a bullet, because you need a bullet to spawn the Arm Stealer. Because keep in mind, it's very difficult to get to the surface to break Shadow Orbs or Crimson Hearts to get a Musket or Undertaker. Doing True Zenith on Legendary Mimics drop like 60 gold per kill. Are you in hard mode? Because Mimics drop different amounts of money in pre-hard mode and hard mode. I'm pretty sure pre-hard mode Mimics only drop like less than 10 gold. The big money droppers are golden slimes. They can drop like a platinum, but they have a lot of HP and they're pretty rare to show up. You might get lucky with one, but you know, it's a very short frame of time day one. Okay, this should be enough space. I was getting bacon from Pig Yadas. No, they removed that. You can't get bacon from Pig Yadas anymore. Government regulations got to relogic. But yeah, this is why we moved NPCs in, because otherwise you have this level of spawn rate, which is a little bit annoying. Kinda hard to deal with. Wait, I don't want to drink that. That's my jungle juice. You hate jungle mimics because they mess up the mob farm you built and get fixed boy when you enter hard mode? Yeah, that's rough. There is a mimic trap you can build that gets biomimics stuck above you. I don't remember the details. It's some kind of box that gets them stuck in an AI loop. Maybe it gets them stuck below you. I don't quite remember. Someone had showed it to me a while ago. But then they still hit you once, which in Get Fixed Boy, I think getting hit by a biomimic is... what, it's 270 base damage. You add another 90, that's 360, multiplied by 33%. It's like another 120. Like 480. That's a lot of damage. I'm not sure that's... There's a good chance that would just kill you. You've never done a Get Fixed Boy playthrough, but all this talk as you tempted to try. Okay, I'm curious about something. I had sent a poll in my Discord server asking for some people's thoughts on this indirectly. And that led to pregnant mice men. What do you guys think about how the secret seeds were implemented in 1.4.5? Do you like how they handled the secret seeds? Let's say now, not on release, because on release it was terrible. You had to enter them manually. There was no selection menu for the new secret ones. But like, do you find yourself using the new secret seeds a lot? Do you find yourself more or less ignoring them? Do you think they're fun to use? Do you like how they handled things? They didn't hide them well enough. I think they had a... The thing is, people were running numbers really, really intensely to crack them. And I think a couple of the seeds were the result of, like, a leak. Not them being cracked. It was... somebody had leaked a few of the seeds. I think it was a friend of a person who was, like, playing this weird game on Discord. It was weird. Like random custom worlds, think it's funny how the hollow surface one took the longest to find? That's not true. The portal gun seed took the longest one to find, right? Especially the drunk worlds. I'm talking about the new ones, Ghosty, not the old ones. So not the like Get Fixed Boy included seeds, all the new ones that they added in 1.4.5. Choosing this is fun in its own masochistic way. You can't say much about the rest. There's really no way to protect that from being cracked, given they were just a combination of common words. Yeah. You do the portal fun seed next multiplayer. The problem is it's not really fun. Like a lot of the seeds are kind of nothing burgers. They're just not much. You most like it. In general, you don't really use them that much. You don't think they're worth adding on normal playthroughs. Did they bother to obfuscate these in the code? Yes. Yeah, they didn't get it from data mining the code. People got it from, like, combinatorics and just running combinations of relevant words and generating seeds with them and seeing if that generated a secret seed. Portgon seed is just cheated and Portgon is the same. More floating islands are pre-play. The worst seed is pumpkin season. The worst seed is pumpkin season. I think, like, there's a good chance that you, like, pumpkin season makes it so that you spawn with pumpkins in the world. Pumpkins don't grow. Like, you don't have pumpkins continuing to grow like it was Halloween. You just have them in on world gen, and you might not even have enough pumpkins to make pumpkin armor. Like, I think I was in a VC with somebody who was looking through how many generated, and it was like 70 something. Which is like barely enough for a pumpkin armor set. Like the pumpkin armor attack stat. Yeah, but like there's very little pumpkin. There's like no pumpkin. Sandy Bridges took a while. Yeah. Most of the seeds are nothing bogus. Most significant one is the double dungeon and skyblock. Yeah, and dual dungeons and skyblock both suck. Like my problem with a lot of the seeds is that a lot of the seeds just aren't very fun. Like mole people is a cool idea, like you mentioned, more people, until you realize, this seed kind of sucks. I don't have a mining speed bonus. I am sitting here with a copper pickaxe. I have to mine everywhere to get anything. The start of this game is super slow, and I just literally don't have a surface and any of the consequences that come with that. I can't kill wyverns. I can't kill harpies. I can't get fallen stars. I mean, there's like the mana crystals and that spawn in the world and stuff, but it's kind of just Terraria, but a short gimmick that gets kind of unfun over the course of an entire playthrough. Oh, I Am Arrow World is really bad too. Just because it's... I Am Arrow kind of has the no traps thing, where it's kind of funny for a minute, but then you think about doing that for an entire playthrough, which is like 15-20 hours, and you're like, damn, this actually would be very unfun to play the entire game with. And I think a lot of the secret seeds kind of fall into that pitfall, where... You know, they're not, like, they're kind of funny, but then you actually try playing with them, and it's like, wow, I kind of wish I was just playing a regular seed. Planetoids is carrying the whole weight of making the secret seeds playable. You played an entire I Am Arrow world, and the world evil spread was hard most diabolical to the point you had to hollow your pylons. Most don't have replay value. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I would have liked it if they were more modular, for lack of a better word. Because another thing I saw someone bring up in my server, is that you can't really combine secret seeds because of how the combination system works. Like, if you wanted to play For the Worthy, and you wanted to have 2 world evils, you could make a drunk For the Worthy world. But if you do that, you're making the entire game hell because you introduce Boulder Rain. And Boulder Rain is completely miserable. It makes the surface, like, completely unusable for very regular periods throughout the entire game. And, you know, it probably would have been cooler if you could just choose to include the restrictions from Drunk and For the Worthy. Another one is, like, maybe I want to have the NPCs spawning at spawn, or spawning with Celebration Mode 10, have the ocean spawn, whatever. But I don't want half of my world to be completely filled with Shimmer, because if you combine Drunk and Celebration Mode 10, basically the like 1/2 of the entire world is just filled with Shimmer. And it's the ocean, it's all the liquid all the way down to the underworld. Like, it kind of sucks. Drunk plus Celebration gets annoying, yeah. I think the devs overestimated how much replayability comes from combinations, making one... So rather than making interesting ones, they made 30 under mid ones. Yeah, I mean, I think they probably didn't expect all the seeds to get found as quickly as they did. But, I mean, large game, dedicated community, it was gonna come out eventually. 20 off the first Wyvern's really nice. You don't really get why they added unique interactions to the base seeds outside to get Fixed Boy. I can understand why, but I don't think it was a great idea, and I think it would have been better to not do that. And instead just do something modular, right? Like, if they overhauled world generation seeds so that instead of entering a seed, you'd basically check a box that would enable a flag for a condition during world gen. This is how a lot of other games work. You think like Don't Starve Together's world gen, or like Factorio's world gen, where you just have some settings you can tweak with, where you could go, I want special boulders in this world, right? All the new boulders they added in 1.4.5, give me that shit. Or I just want boulders. I want it to be Christmas or Halloween. I want for the worthy changes, I want both world evils. This is the NPC I want at spawn. Just having a bunch of modularity like that, instead of having to try to play around with combinations. Yeah, and there would be presets you could choose from. I feel like that would have been a world gen overhaul that led to more replayability and customization than the system that they implemented. You can use the boulder staff for laser machine gun if we get some, maybe. DST world gen is extremely customizable. Yeah, and I really like that about DST, because it means that whenever I start playing a game, I can just go, you know what? Fuck my shit up. Put clockworks everywhere. Give me an obscene amount of frogs. And that kind of has the same gimmick effect that a lot of the secret seeds in Terraria has, except you get to choose what the gimmick is. I feel like it's more player driven and more fun to play around with. I feel like people usually don't touch the world gen settings and Don't Starve, even though interesting. I touch the world gen settings and Don't Starve. I've had tons of fun just like starting in different seasons and modifying spawn rates and stuff like that. I feel like I did that all the time. Hey, Bruke. But yeah, all that to say, I feel like the system that we got could have been much better. Make all this stuff. If it focused more on... Am I going to cuff on Plantera? I'm probably not going to cuff on Plantera. Yeah, good. If it focused more on letting the player decide what was in the world instead of trying to make all these different combinations. I mean, it was very fun when the update came out. Kind of scrambling, doing all the Easter egg hunts and trying to figure out which secret seeds do what combinations do they have, what kind of things can we make in the world. But I feel like it kind of got to the point where the answer was just, well, there's not really a whole lot that we can do with it. I mean, we can get Boulder Rain, which sucks. We can make half the world filled with Shimmer, which sucks. We can put a bunch of echo-coated spike traps around chests, which sucks. We can make it so all the biomes are concentrated in 2 dungeons, which are kind of long and tedious and repetitive, and linearizes the game a lot more, which kind of sucks. First try reforged. It's not our first try. It was a first try today, but we had reforged it a little bit in the past. Make a video with secret seeds. I've been thinking about it. Yeah, expressing my thoughts on it a bit more clearly. It's raining again. You would have enjoyed it if Terraria Secret Seeds were like custom and Slay the Spire. Yeah, and I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that they could re-look at Secret Seeds. Because, I mean, where did that guy spawn? I feel like the Secret Seeds, like, based on the fact that most of the new seeds didn't even have UI in the menu, I feel like it couldn't have been fully, like, fleshed out, right? I would think that there's more that could be done with secret seeds, and maybe they will do more with them. I feel like a lot of them were made with the Skyblock world in mind. Yeah, yeah. It's possible. Truck stop the best? No. No, truck stop is not the best secret seed. But that's the thing, like, why is truck stop? It's just, it's a thing that exists. That's a literal shitpost for 5 minutes. But, like, why would you put truck stop in? It's not difficult to get poo blocks. It's not. The Terraria overhaul needs an overhaul to many things. Classes are heavily unbalanced right now. A lot of useful stuff is locked by weird things like this. Are you saying that base game Terraria, the classes are super unbalanced right now? Because I don't think they're that unbalanced. Yeah, Timmy would love truck stop. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Like, what would you guys want Terraria World Gen to look like, right? If you had the choice, you could sit there, hold a gun to Mr. Relogic's head and just say, hey, make World Gen this. What would you guys want to see in Terraria World Gen? What would be the system that you'd really like? Or to teach them so much less polished compared to the changes from Drunk or Celebration to Mole People? Yeah. Update Sky Islands Gen. No, I mean, I'm talking about, like, with regards to secret seeds, you know? Like, what kind of system would you want to see for secret seeds? The World Gen seems extremely predictable sometimes. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of predictability. Stuff like shimmer spawning and things like that. Want to see more crazy World Gen? All blocks can be affected by gravity secret seed. I think they just ruined the game. Because they wouldn't be supported by anything. Everything would just fall. Adding a randomizer for what seeds you get? Randomizer for what seeds you get? Damn, that's a hell of an option. One like Minecraft World's options. Seed where every cave is connected. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like I don't really want more secret seeds. I feel like if anything, we have too many secret seeds. Dial the secret seeds back. We need better secret seeds, yeah. Do you guys think that the secret seed combinations were a good idea? That is, making it so that if you used multiple secret seeds, they would have a different effect, rather than just combining the features of those seeds at face value. And not something like they have a diminished effect, because that needs to happen sometimes, but things like Boulder Rain or the Shimmer in Half the World, or stuff like that. Things like Drunko Neat. Maybe special structures instead of miserable gameplay. You hate that mechanic? I think it's good, but some effects are just aesthetic over gameplay. Yeah, I think the shimmer in half, because it's like a lot of the seeds were designed asking the question of what would be funny rather than what would be fun. Which, I mean, they're secrets, right? Funny Easter eggs is fine. But, you know, Shimmer in Half the World is a really, really rough way of trying to engage with Terraria. Seeds that added new structures to be unlocked at different points in progression would be interested. What do you mean by that? Like other things like the, like a ice dungeon or something? Dual Dungeons kind of accomplishes that. It just is kind of a soft lock rather than a hard lock. Seeds that add new structures unlocked it. Oh yeah, but. Oh, that's very unfortunate. I wonder if we can abuse the small pixie hitbox here. Yeah, we totally can. I want those balls gone. Could have done that better, but... I really messed up there. Just reading chat too much. I had a really, like, bad start to that fight. I just wasn't paying that much attention. More customization is going to solve most problems right now with Secret Seeds. You want to opt things in and out of World Gen. Okay, let's do that again. Had another Plantera bulb somewhere. Seed, instead of the... kind of mean like the custom map I was making, like a maze generation sort of thing, provides all the time you... I feel like that might be difficult to do in World Gen. Life Gen would have clutched? I don't think it would have. Like some secret name, something like Turtleman the Defender, use your 50 defense at spawn, but you move at 1/4 the speed. The hard mode start sheet should just be a config option. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these seeds could just be config options and have a config menu. You just, like, instead of having the secret seeds button, there's just, like, advanced options. And you can just click stuff like start the world in hard mode, or... there's the bomb. Here, let me... try setting these statues back up down there. Procedural dungeon crawlers exist. Yeah, but it needs to be a procedural dungeon crawler made in the framework of Terraria. Right, you're not just making one, you're making one on top of Terraria using Terraria's world gen, which is a bit more. And needing to do that without introducing any major bugs or issues. When you Sacred Seed, will you start with a tin short sword instead of a copper short sword? Fix for new player overwhelm, and just put in an advanced world gen button? Yeah, yeah. You're surprised there were no seeds to make extra small or extra large worlds? Yeah, that could be a cool idea. Just giving you a tiny world. Running the fish round arena consisting of horizontal layers of balloon blocks, space where lava shark can zip upwards, like constantly leaping upwards, or bubble blocks. I don't know. It's probably fine. Don't really have strong opinions on that. Where was it? But you could put markers on the map, just like pin a location. So you could just be like, hey, there's my Plantera's bulb. Specific world gen size config might be cool, but difficult to make. Yeah, yeah. That's not something that I think they'd actually implement. It just would have been a funny idea. A funny idea that might actually be playable, you know? Having a jumbo-sized world is definitely something that could be nice for large playthroughs or something. And really small worlds are just kind of funny. Okay. Try this again. Oh, we've got silt, that's a problem. a mutator where arenas are banned, all platforms lose collision when a boss is spawned. Don't give Red any ideas for new for-the-worthy changes. Give it a minor secret seed where you can seamlessly go from one ocean to the other past the world border. Big problem with the idea of special world gen is just that playthroughs are super long. I mean, I feel like that's the issue with the secret seed system that we have right now, is that playthroughs are very long, and it's just not worth using most of these seeds because the changes they make to the world aren't really fun for an entire playthrough. But I feel like if you had more modular control over the changes that were being made to the world, you could do more customization that might be fun or in tune with the specific experience you want. Right, like we have special world gen. And I feel like the special world gen could be... Because, let's be real, there are secret seeds that are fun to play. They're just not the secret seeds that were added in 1.4.5. Like Drunk Seed, For the Worthy, even Get Fixed Boy. Like, those seeds are fun. But the ones that were added in 1.4.5 aren't really. So it's not custom world gen that's an issue. It's the custom world gen that they added in the new update isn't anywhere near the custom world gen that had existed before. You know, seeds like Remix, Drunk, Original Celebration Mark 10, like they had a lot of effort put into them and they could be fun to play for a playthrough, but it doesn't feel like the changes in the new seeds reach anywhere near that level of enjoyment. Even stuff like Skyblock. Skyblock being the actual special seed as opposed to secret seed, isn't very good. Thoughts on Not the Bees? Kind of like No Traps, where it's not really super fun for a full playthrough. There were definitely seeds that Terraria had that had the issue of not being impactful enough. I think the Constant falls into that one. Or just being a bit miserable. I think No Traps and Friends falls into that one. I really messed that up, jeez. Let's just go. Okay, I don't think this fairy strat is really working well. I believe in it. I don't know why I believed in it. I don't know why I'm trying so hard to use the fairy during this. It's just, it's really appealing. Trying to, shrink your hitbox at the right time to avoid her tendrils. Okay, well the spikes are gone now, so we're fine. The balls. The damage is stored in the balls. I think most of the ideas for secret seeds that change bosses could be added to master mode to make it more... I don't agree. I don't agree. If you're talking like making master mode like For the Worthy, I think that would be a bad idea. Most of the For the Worthy boss changes are jokes and not actually very fun. I should have been looking at the screen though. You don't know how they went so wrong in Skyblock? The damage is not... No, the damage is stored in the balls. I just wasn't looking at the screen. Guys, I slept like 2 hours last night. I'm barely awake. Let's sleep for a bit, spawn some more bulbs. You not want moon boulders in master mode? Yeah, that'd be awful. For the Worthy, a horrible seed, despise it, particularly the Wall of Flesh. I do think not all of the changes are fun, but I don't mind the seed overall. Okay, Pylon's back online. Almost, we need another bulb. Do we have another bulb? Sure, there's another bulb somewhere. They were blueprints for a good Skyblock experience. They went so far. Yeah, I think the running theory that I had heard is they were trying to make the Skyblock experience more casual, but that kind of alienates the players who liked Skyblock before as a hardcore experience. And it doesn't really appeal that much to casuals because Skyblock is kind of inherently a non-casual experience. Thoughts on True Zenith Seed? It's not fun. Like, it's kind of funny, but it's not fun. Okay, I've got a bulb up there. That's not too bad. Why didn't I sleep? Because I drank like 200 milligrams of caffeine on accident before I went. The night before, like 8 p.m. I just couldn't sleep the entire night. So I was trying to work on editing a video, but I couldn't really work on editing a video because I was just really unfocused the entire night after drinking 200 milligrams of caffeine. Yeah, I thought about streaming Subnautica too, but I also thought about just playing it with friends off stream because it has multiplayer, and I quite like playing survival games with friends. I think it's quite fun. You accidentally drink that much caffeine? I mean, it wasn't an accident to drink it. I just wasn't expecting it to. It was one energy drink. The all-new Seeds was so miserable to do anything. You just went tank summoner to not have to arena build for anything except the mechs and the old one's armor. The issue with stuff like True Zenith Seed is that Terraria becomes much grindier the harder it is, and most of the time you just end up having to min-max, and that's not fun. Yeah. That's a fair assessment. One energy drink at 200 milligrams of caffeine. Yeah. I didn't really read it before drinking it. I just was at the grocery store, and I was like, you know, I'd like to stay up trying to edit this video to finish it tonight. Maybe I'll try an energy drink. I don't really drink energy drinks much. But maybe it would help. And it was miserable. Don't do that. Would I consider Master Mode Terraria to be a hard game? I don't think Terraria is a very hard game, regardless of the difficulty. I think it could definitely have hard moments in it, but I don't think, by any stretch of the imagination, I would say the game itself, on any of its non-secret seed difficulties, is that hard. Alright, this isn't a game. Why is she... Why is she shouldn't be shooting me. She doesn't have line of sight. Were bees hit? Maybe the hallway was giving her line of sight for some reason. You know what? I need to see where she is, so I'm just going to... Why is she shooting me? She's not normally that aggressive with shooting. It's fine, we can just sit here for a sec to regen HP. A mage seed with fallen stars drop much more, gem spawn much more. I don't think that's necessary. I think it's not that hard to get those things to begin with, and having a whole secret seed dedicated to one class really isn't necessary. Okay. But this time the fairy staff is really going to clutch it. Or the fairy mount. I can prompt. There's no way that trying to transform into the fairy mid-fight is going to go poorly. That's the strat for playing Terra. You got to do it. You have no idea how to battle solar eclipse enemies in the moons and mole people, or if it's even possible. I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just not possible. There was a point when the update came out where I was really interested in, like, trying to find seed interactions and find out a bunch of cool stuff about each seed, and maybe I will still do that at some point, but, like, I feel like the fact is most of the seeds just are not very fun or interesting to experiment with. Like, you play mole people, and it's just like, okay, well, I just can't interact with a huge chunk of the game. Fuck me, I guess. Hang on. We got this. 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 Okay, we don't got this. We got it. We don't. We don't have it. I got stuck on the ceiling. That's right. The fairy thing will definitely work out eventually. Girl. We were very, very close to just being able to enter back into the fight without her despawning. That was weird. Get a venom. It's not like I can use the venom staff in the fairy form. I don't know. It'll work out. There's literally no way it wouldn't work out. I don't think such a thing is possible. I got plenty of potions. I mean, there comes a point where the joke just isn't funny, bonus crook, and it just becomes spam. So, like, maybe stop. A lot of seeds are funny in concept, but not that fun to play. Yeah, I think that's a good takeaway from them. Oh, you know the problem? This whole time, we could have been getting 4% more damage by using a chlorophyte plate mail. I can't believe we made that blunder. And we could be having 20 more max mana and 1 more defense. Let's dig around, find some more life food. I think we had a lot more grow now. What is that? That's the hollowed headgear. It's got 20 more max mana. Free it's better than free menacing. It's free arcane. Kite's technically being a mining assistant tool so far. Yeah, I don't know why they gave mining speed to kites. That is such an unnecessary buff to give them. I mean, it makes them incredibly strong. If we go right of temple, we might find a bulb. Eating a cake also gives you mining speed? Yeah, but that's meant to be like an energy rush, right? It's sugar rush. Also, I feel like it's the sort of situation where you reach a critical mass of bonuses and adding more bonuses becomes a problem. Like, sure, you can drink a bowl of soup to get a damage buff, and you can drink a wrath potion and rage potion to get a damage buff, and you can drink ale to get a damage buff. But if Reloader just added another unconditional potion that said, hey, you get a 10% damage buff for drinking this, like, that'd be very, very strong. Especially if it was, like, imagine if kites gave 10% damage. Right? That'd be ridiculous. That'd be completely absurd. And it's easier to get 10% damage than it is to get 10% mining speed. I feel like, you know, the changes don't exist in a vacuum. If it was the only thing that you could do to get a 10% damage buff, and there weren't that many sources of it, and it was added early in the game, sure, but I feel like adding strong buffs like that late in the game just leads to unbalanced scenarios. Boulder fell on me, didn't it? That's kind of what happened with the Aegis fruit, right? Where the Aegis fruit just says, hey, you get permanent 4 defense. Like, that's super strong. I did use an Aegis fruit, yeah. There are mounts that had 10% good damage for no good reason. That is true, yeah. I imagine the idea is just to make it so that people would want to use mounts. Which, I mean, succeeds. They made mounts very good, so people like using them. Aegis fruits are free 4 defense with no opportunity cost? Yeah. And kites are a free 15% mining speed bonus with no opportunity cost, effectively. It would be one thing if I had to go out of my way and, like, try to get a kite to drop, but I can straight up just buy a kite. From an NPC that shows up really early in the game. Most of the time. Right. This is our last life food. It was up. Shillet's ability in Palworld buffs your dragon type damage, doesn't it? I mean, it is a damage buff, but... Obsidian Cherry would plus 2 defense is free if you have 20 obsidian. I don't think I have 20 obsidian. Should only buff the Betsy drops. Applies the drone to the dragon. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Maybe we're all dragons. At the end of the day. If you're wearing Betsy wings when you're a dragon? Well, that implies cosplaying makes you the thing you're cosplaying as. Do you become the Moon Lord when you're wearing his legs? Do you become the Empress of Light when you're wearing her wings? Did I not find a single other bulb? I didn't really explore the part that I wanted to explore. Let's go down there. Will they ever fix Old One's army? Not sure what you mean by fix. The event's not really broken, it's just kind of meh. Oh. There we go. That's convenient. And now we don't have to wait until... wait till lead her all the way back here just to get the fight going. Let me, this is probably more mana efficient. I wonder if it's more effective to spam shots or just keep on target. Phase 2. I refuse to win this fight without utilizing the pixie mount. I need to make that smaller hitbox work. You don't understand. There's no alternative. Damage shot might just be better here. I think what we're learning is the pixie is worse than the mouse. Confirmed. Okay. We're clearing out tendrils, which makes the fight much less dangerous. I'd really like to clear out all these tendrils, if I can. See, the problem is that it's easier to dodge with a large hitbox where your speed is consistent than to try to swap to the pixie constantly. But I want to see it work. I believe in it. Yeah, so the thing with Plantera is that these tendrils on her outer hooks don't respawn, so you can just play very passive. I should probably just make a slightly bigger arena. I don't think I'm going to, but... I'll acknowledge that I probably should. The swiftness potion. There is nothing about what I am doing now that I am going to change. So you can stop recommending me to do different things because I'm just not going to. Why don't I place platforms? There's no reason to have wings. I like what I'm doing now. I want to keep doing it. Telling me to do other things, I'm not going to do. Drink Spelunk armor to get more jungle juice. I feel like we're running into just the arena check issue where I should have made this arena slightly bigger. Not really a disaster. But I think that probably would have helped out a lot here. I think there's also just the fact that I'm like half awake. Hey, another life fruit. Drink more coffee like an in-game. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Let me just have another 200 milligrams of caffeine. I think that would solve all my problems. Did I break the life fruit without picking it up? Oh, I hate when that happens. You're mining so fast, you accidentally swing and destroy it, but you didn't have inventory space to pick it up. Maybe it was up here. Just retrace my steps. I'm sure I'll find it. There it is. Okay, got another bulb. Does the alchemy table affect jungle juice? Because I've crafted a bunch of it and I have not gotten a single rebate on my it probably does. You've just gotten unlucky. What am I out of? Fallen stars? Bottled water. Okay, we can fix that one. I don't have villagers near the ocean. Oh, right, I moved the dryad out. That would be why. Vampire seed making on fire essentially a death sentence without water or immunity to burning is extremely annoying. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like the vampire seed in general is... I don't know. Do you guys like the vampire seed? I haven't actually done a full playthrough with it just because it didn't really seem that interesting to me. It's the sort of thing that I saw and was like, okay, that's a thing that exists. I guess it's kind of cool, but I don't really want to play it. Vampire Seed gives you Moonstone free boss, but also makes On Fire an insta-kill. Yeah, 50 DPS is a ridiculous amount. Where was that bulb? Down there. I think it's cool, but you dislike starting in the underground. Yeah, starting underground is really rough because the game doesn't give you tools to make starting underground more reasonable and doesn't modify world gen to really allow you to do much, aside from placing some torches. Because you still have to just mine through everything. And, like, the worst part about playing Terraria at the start of the game is just having to sit there and, like, mine with a copper pickaxe. And those seeds kind of just force you to do that. Wish Vampire Seed gave you some kind of lifesteal instead of making fire lethal. Yeah, is that part of vampire lore? Do vampires die when they catch on fire? I didn't think that was really... I thought they get like a stake to the heart or something. And you get a vulnerability to wood, not a vulnerability to fire. It swaps every morning, next generation. So one morning you'll have Crimson, the other morning you'll have Corruption. Just how drunk works. Everyone's vulnerable. Well, it's not lava. They don't take any more damage from lava. It's being lit on fire. Well, they tried burning Dracula so probably. But did it work? Did they successfully burn Dracula? It would check which evil you're on currently. Talk to an NPC that has something that's dependent on evils. You can check which color Deathweed planter box the Dryad is selling. You can talk to the guide and tell you, and see whether he tells you about Crimson altars or Corruption altars. Mostly just those. Might be some other NPCs, but those are the main ones. If you have the Dryad in a graveyard, I guess, if you're before the boss that sells death. Well, no, you need to be in hard mode for that. Okay. The Pixie Mount dream is real. Okay. See, it was when we stopped using the Pixie Mount that we took damage. The second time. But like, if I had been in the Pixie Mount the whole time, then it would have been... Wow, the vertical on that mount is awful. That was really bad. I was expecting it to drop me down a little bit faster than that. But it really just doesn't do that. Okay. Giant hitbox on that spiky ball. Which sucks. But that's fine. I don't know if it originally was a thing, but you know the few modern vampire medias have fire be a thing that vampires are able to die from. Dio didn't die in a fire. Ah, you just tanked that shit. Honestly, I wonder if it's... consequence of them deciding that the sun should light you on fire, and then we're like, well, on fire should do more damage, as opposed to anything else. Has anyone played Purify this? It just seems like Terraria, but worse. I don't know why anyone would play Purify this. Like, I struggle to see the fun factor of that seed. I don't know why you would want to play that. Yes, waiter. I'd like all of my mining trips to take way longer. I'd like to have very little enemy variety, and please... can NPCs live in the corrupted areas? Do they change that and purify this? Probably. I'm not even sure. Oh, by the way, I think adding lightning to Terraria was a bad idea. Full disclosure. I don't think that was a good decision. Purify this is for people who miss Terraria Otherworld. You like the lightning? I feel like the problem is there's no, like, counterplay for lightning, so you can just be in the middle of a boss fight, and then a lightning storm happens, and then go fuck yourself. It happens in every seed, it's just global. Lightning's cool, meteor rain. Oh yeah, the meteor rain's worse. To be fair, it's not as bad as boulder rain or anything, but I feel like lightning's always a thing that just makes me go, well, I don't really want to go outside. Okay, I have to step out of... presumably step out of bed. Sounds like how falling stars are back in the day. Did they used to do damage? Like how lightning does ridiculous damage against bosses. Nothing good. Lightning was funny the first time it happened and annoying every time after that. Shouldn't home into your exact location, just follow you with weak homing. I feel like I wouldn't mind it as much if there was some kind of explicit counterplay to it, like, oh, you can make the lightning rod item that just makes all lightning strikes specifically target this and never anything else. And sure, that would probably be way too strong for bosses and have a lot of balance issues, but I feel like in this situation, like, let's say I want to fight a boss or a wyvern or something, like, I'm just going to sit in bed and wait for the lightning storm to be over. I'm aware that metal tiles attract lightning, but I feel like explicitly enumerating it to a specific item to say, hey, this item counters lightning. Because I like just using random blocks all over the place, you know? Hit meteor shower, meteor rain is far worse. It just happens regardless whether there's already a chunk of meteorite in the world. Yeah, that one's annoying to just have happen randomly, especially since it happens at night when you're likely to be fighting bosses. It's not nearly as common, though. Coin rains were also such a weird decision. Like, I have seen maybe 3 coin rains the entire time I've been playing since 1.4.5 came out. What the hell is up with that? They just had this, like, extremely rare event that just dumps money on your head. And one of the times was literally the first time I tried a secret seed that wasn't even related to coin rain. Couldn't you say the same about stuff like sandstorms? Like the variable... I don't like sandstorms either. I think sandstorms are really annoying. You still don't forgive Relaunch for making bottom of the world kill you for no reason and a hardcore when I was... Yeah, I don't quite get why that was. Now it's just the sort of thing that you have to just think about all the time. It's not... It's just one of the laundry list of things that you have to keep in mind during hardcore. Sandstorm is one biome, not the whole world. Yeah. It's just that biome is often overlapping thing. Like, you ever been fighting Skeletron, and then all of a sudden... Oftentimes, Skeletron will have a dune near the dungeon, and then all of a sudden, like, half of your arena is just Sandstorm. And that makes it really annoying trying to fight Skeletron there. It's the stuff like that, right? That can just be annoying. What's the threshold, I guess? Because rain gets all over your screen can be considered annoying. Well, rain is a visual effect. These other things are gameplay effects. They're either slowing you down or potentially dealing very high damage. I know during a multiplayer playthrough, there were multiple times where lightning very nearly killed people during hardcore runs. Like, there was a point in time where I was doing hardcore multiplayer and I just wanted to, like, kill a biomimic, and, like, I couldn't even do that because a lightning storm was going on. And I couldn't sleep to fast forward time, so I just couldn't really do anything. Because I couldn't wait for the storm to end because I needed to get every single person there, so I just couldn't really do anything outside for the entire duration of that storm. And I tried to, and I very nearly died because I dropped like 30 HP or something. Because I got hit by lightning because it wasn't telegraphed, because it comes down from above. It hits the floor beneath you. But if you're up above it, you can't see the telegraph all the time. And then it's just like an instantaneous projectile that shows up. Because it's not touching the area that's being telegraphed. It's the whole section above it. And, you know, when you're fighting something, you're flying in the air. Sometimes lightning just shows up and hits you for like 200 damage. And then, you know, if you're in hardcore fighting an enemy that deals 200 damage on hit, that's a really concerning thing to have happen spontaneously. And makes you just not want to engage with going outside, which just isn't fun. Because you used to be able to. It was just kind of a new thing that was added that makes it difficult to go out. It just makes periods of time where you don't want to go outside. Like Boulder Rain in a Drunk World. Like you... in Drunk for the Worthy World. Like, you're never going to go outside during a Boulder Rain. If a Boulder Rain happens, you just teleport home and wait for it to end. Like, it's not a fun mechanic to have. If they made it rarer... That's the other thing, yeah. Lightning is pretty common. Okay. God tier gamer, God pixie value. It's happening. We're getting value from the pixie mount. Didn't see the ball there. That's okay. I need to remember that trying to attack makes me leave the pixie mount. I'm pay a little more attention. Shout out to these tendrils picking up coins. We're getting there. It's just with how erratic they are, it's hard to move quickly enough on the pixie mount to... Like that, right there. That's so fast. I should have entered pixie mount there. Man, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the fact that I, like, slept 2 hours tonight. But I have had zero interest in playing Terraria today. Like, I want to finish this playthrough. But I feel like I just don't want to interact with the game right now. Like, what I'm doing here, I really want to just use Pixie. But the problem is Plantera is just kind of annoying. And I don't want to build more arena because I just don't feel like mining right now. But no, we're going to kill Plantera. We'll get there. Make torches to see the balls easily? No. We're good. We can get there. We've almost gotten there. Spam dynamite? No. This is 1.4.5. We have access to power bombs now. Got another bulb. 7 hours of sleep for 10 days in a row is equivalent to not sleeping for 24 hours a night. Powerbomb's such a wicked addition, you love them. Yeah, it's nice having an explosive that's able to destroy hard mode ores. Did they update it so rockets could do that? Like mini nukes? Because I feel like that would be a good decision. Because mini nukes can't destroy hard mode ores right now, right? But I mean, if you're literally firing a nuclear bomb from your rocket launcher, I feel like that should be able to, you know, destroy cobalt. And it's a post-Plantera item anyways. There's not much of a balance concern with that. Wonder if... I don't even know if that's dealing more damage. Are power bombs worth the cobalt? I don't think they're really worth it. Like, if you're just going for mining hard mode ores, it's not really going to be faster to do that with power bombs. Like, sure, you could skip the low tier pickaxes, but you really didn't need that much ore to make a load. It's like 15 cobalt. That's 45 cobalt, which is like one vein. So like, it's not like it was difficult to make the cobalt pickaxe. And like, you still need to get mithril, right? Skipping straight to blowing up the tier 3 ore with a power bomb isn't making it so you don't have to mine mithril, because you still need the anvil, and that's still 10 mithril. So it just makes it so I guess you don't have to make the mithril pickaxe, which I guess is something, but it's not like that's a particularly... I wonder how the life drain is here. I don't like that. I don't like that compared to Rainbow Rod. You mean for making holes? Oh, for like blowing stuff up? I think it's similar in performance to a, like mini nuke snowman cannon? No, not mini nuke. Maybe cluster bomb? I don't think it was quite mini nuke. Maybe it was just regular explosives. It does something a lot better than other mining options. I don't remember the exact numbers. But it's pretty good for just straight up destroying blocks. If you need to, you know, clear out space or something. Like if you're making a Plantera arena, it's a lot better than dynamite. Especially on account of the fact that most of these areas are going to be filled with hard mode ores, which dynamite can't blow up. It can't blow up chlorophyte, of course. You'd still have to mine that one, but it's a pretty reasonable option. What's wrong with Wall of Flesh? Wall of Flesh is a boss that is kind of just an arena check, and it's not really mechanically super interesting as a result of that. Alright. Come on, Pixie. Come on. Come on, Flame Burst. Shoot Plantera. Come on. Come on. Yes. Oh, I couldn't have done it without Pixie. Alright, let's see if we get a magic weapon, leaf blower or something. Nope, we got grenade launcher. It's unfortunate. Honestly, genuinely, I think the mouse mount is better than that. Like, in terms of actually being usable on a boss fight, this is awful. This is so fucking slow. Like, this is completely unusable. Maybe on certain bosses, maybe twins, if you can strafe upward like this, would be pretty good. I could see Destroyer just staying up high, and you could have, like, sentries summoned below you. That would be shooting him. Maybe a Ballista Panic setup with Pixie could be pretty good. But on Plantera, oh man, this is like unusable. And then there's the fact that, like, falling out of Pixie form is kind of devastating. Can you still do teleportation tech with Pixie? Yeah, I can still do teleportation tech with Pixie. Talking about this like, you know, do a Pixie playthrough? Nah, Pixie's nowhere near as fun as Mouse. Although Spore Sack Pixie, that could be pretty good. Okay, we have hard mode dungeon. Do we just raw dog the dungeon? Sure, right? Like, what's the worst that can happen? We die. We've died a few times before. It's nothing too serious. Get jungle juice away for now. Yeah, let's just hop into the dungeon. Temple key away. Got life form analyzer, we've got mana regen. Yeah, we get Spectre armor. I love the title, Casual Master. Well, it's a casual playthrough on Master Mode. I feel like that checks out. Also, yeah, I don't know if you guys picked up on the fact that that playthrough went very well because I did not try to use the pixie the entire time I was fighting Plantera. Like, every time before that, I was actively throwing by trying to use the pixie, and as soon as I stopped trying to do that, was when we actually killed her. Until the scripted ending where you have to use the pixie mount to kill Plantera. It's like the end of Super Ghouls and Ghosts. If you guys aren't familiar with Super Ghouls and Ghosts, is an old SNES game where you have to get through the entire game, but when you get to the ending of the game, you basically get told, hey, you need to bring an item that you don't have unlocked yet to this final area in order to beat the game. Go back to the very beginning of the game and play through the entire game again, but this time bring that item. And you need to bring a particular weapon in order to fight the final boss. I've still never actually beaten that game. I've gotten back through the replay to the final boss, but I wasn't good enough at using the new weapon. I never actually killed him. I didn't really like the new weapon. The pixie mount proves melee needs more buffs. Post-Plantera Dungeon is a place. Yeah, it's a hell of a place. We're not hardcore, so I don't have many reservations about being here. We're mage, so we kind of need ecto. Ooh, hello. Give me a Spectre Staff. Give me a Spectre Staff. Give me. Become a Super Ghouls and Ghosts YouTuber. You know, I've thought about trying to make, I don't really know how to do them. Whether to do, like, stream goals, or sub goals, or just, like, subscriber goals. Or things like that for just, like, random one-off streams. You know, there was a point in time where I did a hot tub stream. And hello. Among some other things. It's gonna be awkward. But you can't iframe off those anymore. Kind of got cornered in a bad spot there. No, I don't like Master Ninja Gear. Oh, Pixie can't be slowed. Which makes sense because the Pixie mount can drop the fast clock. And if the Pixie mount drops the fast clock, that means it has immunity to slow. I think mounts in general don't get slowed. Maybe they don't get chilled. There's some kind of weird interaction with... Oh, my... Did I make this sound? I thought I made the potion drink sound. Showed from Hexstall might be decent post-play. No. Rainbow Rod's fine. We're doing fine. I just walked into a bad area and wasn't really paying that much attention. Managing guys that well. Let's heal up a bit. Melee should be a hard class. A weapon with more than full screen range has no business doing melee damage. The Paladin's Hammer? I don't know. Yeah, the Paladin Hammer is weird. Unholy Trident's high piercing damage probably gives it a niche over the Rainbow Rod in some situations here. No, I think the Rainbow Rod's better. Like, could I use the Unholy Trident effectively? Sure, but it's way more mana intensive. And the big benefit of the Rainbow Rod is that I have complete control over the projectile and can attack enemies from around corners. The Unholy Trident just breaks the second it hits a wall. It's really awkward. You started a playthrough on I Am Arrow plus Drunk Gen, and you can't find the dungeon. It's supposed to be under the giant withered tree, but you search the entire surface and no luck. I mean, I don't know how I am error affects things. It's possible the tree might not have generated with I am error and it's just underground. If there's no giant tree with a dungeon underneath it, the dungeon is still going to be there. It's just probably not going to have an obvious surface entrance. So you might just have to start digging around. You should be able to predict the side of it. It's drunk, so it should be opposite the... Regardless of seed, the dungeon is always opposite the jungle. So it should be on the opposite side of where the jungle snow hybrid is. That part of the world. It's just a really awkward spot to be in, huh? Let's get to an open area. And you might just have to, like, dig around there a bit, honestly. Yeah, like something like this, the Unholy Trident. I could sit here and do this, and like, this is fine. But, I mean, I got shot by a guy with a rocket launcher because I put myself in line of sight. You know, that's not really ideal. Hey, Desir's not bad. Honestly, we have a lot of Ankh Shield pieces. I wonder if it could be worth going for. Probably not, but maybe if we get a couple more drops. Hey, rocket launcher. I can't use that. My other side is a bit non-existent. I don't think it's non-existent necessarily, but I do think it's all over the place. Like, there is some consistency to melee weapons. It's just... They've gotten a lot of flashy effects that have brought with them flashy abilities that don't really feel like melee weapons. And a couple particularly egregious offenders. Maybe here we use Trident. Hello. Come on, give me Spectre Staff. Black out's a meaningless debuff. Well, as soon as we get Spectre Armor, this will get a lot better. How can we deal with this comfortably? Because I like don't have the mana for this. I need to Spike Cuff, maybe? The Necromancer's being real awkward here. Yeah, Spike Cuff gets me there. There are many trees, but all are regular ones. And you already dug in Audubon Ocean to Ocean. Any tips besides cheating to get it? And just digging deeper? Not really. I've never done that seed combination. I've never had to deal with that myself. But like if you can't find it in the area where it should be, you kind of just have to keep looking, or like it should be on that side of the world underground. There's no way the world generated without a dungeon. That would be incredibly unlikely. So that means it's likely just further underground. It doesn't have an obvious queue. If you're just digging around underground in that part of the world, you will probably find the dungeon. Like, the dungeon's huge. You could just go mining in that general area, and I'm sure you'll run into it. We'll have shield defense for that. Played still Thunder Zapper in 1 for when I need to Thunder Zap, man. It happens sometimes. Gotta do a little Thunder Zapping. Come on. The one situation I'd want to use the life drain on a giant group of enemies. Yeah, you know the side of the world it should be on. It's just a matter of finding wherever the buried entrance is. Is that a consistent thing? Because someone else had mentioned that too. Is that just in I Am Error, the dungeon entrance for drunk doesn't always generate directly under a tree? Because if there's anything I Am Error needed, it's more reasons that the seed sucks. Hey, there we go. That's a magic weapon. Is the magnet sphere actually good? I don't know if this weapon is, like, worth the... He had line of sight there? Damn. I'm arrow progression skips seem cool until you actually see the world. Yeah. I mean, in general, I don't think most progression skips make the world fun. Or make the game more fun. I think sequence breaks are usually a great time in Terraria. That's why I don't like usually doing, like, pre-mech fish run or something like that. But especially just, hey, maybe you find, like, a... Is it the constellation that you can find in I Am Arrow chests? I remember somebody saying that you can get, like, super late game weapons from the chest. I think I remember Constellation being name dropped, but I'm not 100% sure. And we get a Paladin shield. It's warding too. Tank mage value. Get some Nazars on. Have you never seen that happen? Maybe it's not, or maybe it was something that was changed. I thought I remembered somebody saying that, but I've never really played I Am Arrow because I could tell the seed just wouldn't really be that much fun. If you're not sure why we're standing on these spikes, by the way, it's to trigger magic puffs. We have effectively infinite mana. I see a Diabolus? No, he teleported more. Must have just been a Hello, Mood Bones. Did I hear a caster teleport? I see a Bone Lee. Hello. Yeah, if you're wondering about casters still being able to telefrag, like, legally, they're not allowed to teleport on top of you, but a lot of times you just get situations like that. That bandage is actually nice. I would like that. Because we are standing on spikes a lot. Yeah, they're not legally allowed to, but you can get in situations like that where you're just walking in a line and then they just teleport in front of you and, like, there's nothing you can really do. Honestly, it's probably worth just putting this on instead of, I don't know, Magiluminescence? Just because we're standing on spikes for mana regen constantly here. I'd like to get at least one of these weapons. Let me, slap a spike down here. There are two of them? There must be two of them. Use the sphere. I don't think sphere's better than Rainbow Rod here, right? Like, the AoE damage I'm doing off this is way better. Okay. We now have enough for Spectre Armor, which is huge. Spectre Armor is a massive bonus for the, oops, the Rainbow Rod. By the way, 54 is usually the number to remember. You need 54 bars for many armor sets. Okay, we'll consider a Dark Artist mix after, doing the Old One's army. Right now, I think we just do Full Spectre. Any major weapon is good with Spectre. Yes, but it's basically a flat DPS bonus. Which means that weapons which aren't dealing exceptional DPS to begin with, like the Rainbow Rod's good, but it's not a DPS powerhouse. Gets a much larger bonus from the 400 relative to its base DPS compared to other weapons. Would I change to make the Old One's army more bearable? I think the main problem with the Old One's army is the distribution of Defender Medal rewards throughout the waves. I think one of the big problems with the Old One's army is that it's very difficult to do the event on high difficulties without sentries, but it's also very difficult to get sentries unless you brought medals from previous tiers. If you jump into tier 2 or tier 3, you get no Defender medals until like wave 6. And then you get like 1 Defender medal. And you need like 15 to buy a sentry. Like, the Defender medal rewards are very, very heavily focused on the final wave. And that makes it very difficult to actually buy anything unless you're strong enough to beat the entire event. But it's very difficult to beat the entire event unless you have the things that you need the medals from the event to beat. Like, it's a mess. Trophy's fine, it's just fall Hollow Knight. That's way too strong. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it's that much of a problem. The armor sets need to be good for people to want to use them instead of the regular class armor. I feel like Valhalla Knight's in a spot right now where it's not just always better than Beetle. You need to put in quite a bit of effort to get it. And I don't think it's unhealthy to exist in the state that it's in. I hear Paladin? Yeah, I hear Paladin. Stop it. Yeah, I'd like to see the Unholy Trident do this. I'd really like to get a magic weapon that's not a magnet sphere. But I guess we're not going to have any luck there. Okay, so... yeah. Why even do the Old One's army right now? I mean, the armor rewards... sentries, like, the rewards are good from the Old One's army. The armor's really good. The weapons from tier 3 at least are really good. Like, it's not a situation where you don't get good things from it. It's mostly just hopping into it from a late wave. Is really difficult. Okay, we could bone up a little bit. Yep. No, don't shoot with a feather. Shoot with wings. Yeah, Shadow Beam Staff would be nice. I'm hoping to get a Shadow Beam Staff or Inferno Fork to do the pillars with. Or not pillars, moons. It's too far away. Why don't replace Cobalt Shield? I don't have anything I would replace it with. I mean, I could upgrade it to an Obsidian Shield, I guess, but I don't see much reason in that. It's only 1 defense after all. Any plans to get Night Glow? We'll get to the moons first, and then we'll consider things. So, the Bat Scepter drops from Pumpkin. We should have a solid Pumpkin matchup. I guess my main question is whether it's worth doing both Pumpkin and Frost. I really can't stand Frost Moon. We might just do Pumpkin Moon. What is that? It's a balloon slime. Isn't Paladin Shield just a better Cobalt? Well, hold on. If I have a Paladin Shield, then if somebody else on my team takes damage nearby, it's going to be hurting me. Maybe I don't want that. Yeah, like the Razorpine and Blizzard Staff are cool, but I really don't want to do Frostburn. You know, there's no downside to a Cobalt Shield. Sometimes you gotta think outside the box, you know? I think I was also thrown off a little bit during Plantera because I have a Sandstorm in a balloon and not a white horseshoe balloon. I think usually I have a white balloon. Hey, a Kraken! Yeah, I've heard about that, Bedrunner. Last time you did Frostmoon, did you get the chain gun to see if it's good? I think the chain gun's decent now after the buff in 1.4.5. I still think it suffers from the not a tsunami issue, but I think it's a respectable alternative to... Is that guy gonna come over here? There's been a librarian throwing books at me from off screen. I guess he despawned. I thought he was gonna teleport nearby, but... We're getting plenty of ectoplasm. That's nice. Paladin Shield is a direct upgrade to Cobalt? No. You don't do any crafting with Cobalt. The Obsidian Shield is the direct upgrade to Cobalt. I don't know. The other thing, like, if the Paladin Shield's expensive, I would have to spend time trying to get a good reforge on the Paladin Shield. I don't see much reason to equip it. Do you think Chain Gun is good for pillars? Compared to other options, no. Guns in general don't have good crowd control, so they're not really great on the pillars. You know, compared to the Snowman Cannon, or like a Tsunami or Eventide with Chlorophyte arrows, I don't think the chain gun's anywhere near as good. It's really not the element that the chain gun's good in. Amount of Flesh Knuckles I got earlier, but then I would lose the good reforge I have in my Flesh Knuckles. Yeah, you can see how much Spectre Armor is benefiting the Rainbow Rod here. Like, the Rainbow Rod was usable before this, but now that we have Spectre Armor, it's actively quite good. I would really like to get any weapon besides the Rainbow Rod or Magnet Sphere to be using. That's kind of why we're down in the dungeon here, but I guess we can't always be lucky. What's our current route for the next few hours? I was going to try to do Pumpkin Moon at least, probably not Frost Moon. And then see what we get. Mostly I'm just trying to get a new weapon right now, which is not going well. I mean, there's Toxic Flask from the post-plant eclipses, but that's not that great. We could try to get a Heat Ray from Golem. It's not going to do crowd control, but it's got good single target. Could be good for taking out pumpkins. Maybe... Okay, crazy idea. Deranged idea. What if we killed Golem to try to get a Boulder Staff and a Heat Ray? Like, that's probably got decent crowd control for the moons, right? And Golem's super farmable, at least a couple times. We could probably get at least one of those. Yeah, let's go do that. I'm getting kind of sick of killing these dungeon guys. We get a moonstone earlier? No, unfortunately not. Staff of Earth completely melts the pillars if you position it right. We can try it. We'll have to get it, and if we get unlucky, we won't get it, but we'll loot the entire dungeon, or temple. Get some, if they want danger sense. Get some potion buffs. This should be okay. We can put this back on. Yeah. Some of my houses genuinely look like you asked AI to make a house in Terraria. What do you mean? No, no, no. That is diminishing the creative effort put into these houses drastically. And an LLM could never create something with the same level of artistic integrity as the houses that I make. Okay? There's soul in Snickerdoodle. Nothing that ChatGPT could make would have anywhere near that level of soul. What hit me? Was it a moss hornet sniping me for 200? I guess. Just randomly took 200 damage. Might as well get these tablets too in case we end up doing any eclipses. Gotta be a bit more careful with knockback on these flying snakes. Pre-mech weapon, by the way. Or, post-1 mech, not pre-mech. Honestly, temple's generally a pretty safe place to be, just because you have very consistent, predictable enemies spawning. Banjuang and Jungle Brick is so good. Yeah, I really like the visual changes they made. Do they still do... They do a little more damage. I was gonna see if I could spike cuff here, but... I don't think that quite worked that well. There's a ridiculous number of super spike traps lined up on the wall there. Or are those just regular? No, those are super dart traps. Yeah. I said spike traps for some reason. I meant to say dart traps. It's so funny how these chests just generate with the regular underground secondary loot. Like, there's literally nothing of value in any of these gold chests, or any of these chests, besides the power cells and sometimes the tablets. It's all just like throwing knives and thorns potions and shit. The flame traps are so rare for some reason. Yeah, they don't show up very much. There's one. No, that's not a flame trap. This is a super dart trap. Come on. One more cast. Come on. Okay, that's a flame trap. Napalm ain't cheap. That is true. The fuck is that doubt trap doing? Least effective doubt trap in history. It's pointing the wrong direction. Man, these lizards are not very good at building this temple, huh? Remember when I visited Himeji Castle, they said something about how, like, one of the roof shingles was, like, placed in the wrong direction or upside down. Just makes me think of that. Like, the one lizard thought nobody would ever notice his mistake. This is interesting. We have a double entrance. We can get into Golem's room from two sides. Am I seeing this right? I haven't bothered pulling him out. Oh wait, I just realized something incredibly dumb. I can... So, we can summon Golem, and because of the pylon changes, I can just do this. I don't even have to set a bed or anything, I can just pylon out. I still have Cups equipped? Yeah. Hang on. Oh no, my spikes quick stacked. I wanted to spike cuff Golem a little bit. What do you think about linear algebra? Never really done linear algebra, I think. I've never taken a linear algebra class. I mean, maybe it was included in regular algebra, but I'm not really an expert of linear algebra. Doesn't he rage outside a temple? Nope, he rages outside of the underground jungle. And inside the temple is the underground jungle, but it's also the underground jungle outside of the temple. You just have to make sure you're in the underground jungle. Not even on some special seeds? I believe in, I don't know if it's Get Fix Boy or Remix specifically, but one of those seeds makes it so that the temple does not count as the jungle. However, if Golem is inside the temple, he will not be in rage, so you can fight him in there even if the surrounding blocks are not jungle. However, you can also just add jungle outside of the temple if for some reason it did not naturally generate that way, which can happen sometimes. I think that might just be a don't dig up thing, not Get Fix Boy specifically, but that's the only seed that changes how Golem's enraging behavior works as far as I'm aware. Enrage doesn't matter much outside of multiplayer. I mean, it can definitely be more difficult fighting an enraged Golem versus a regular one. He's just faster. Which, like, can be an issue. It's not usually a huge issue, but, like... Alright. We get a pick saw? We did get a pick saw. Okay. What was our weapon drop? Possessed hatchet. That's not too good. Just put something down here. Collect all these drops. Okay, well, we can go grab that altar. What if I could put the pylon in the temple? It's a silly idea. Probably. Do you have a pwn hammer? Yeah, I do. That was the wrong block swap. Why not just mine it? Oh yeah, right, I have a pick saw. I forgot about that one. Look, in my defense, I was thinking about the fairy mount. The pixie mount. I was thinking, man, we could get so much value off this if we tried to use it on Golem. Like, could you guys imagine how much more effective I'd be if I was doing this right now? How hard is Surface Golem? I mean, it's just faster Golem. That's it. Magic power ran out? Yeah, I saw. I just didn't really care that much. Pixie mount for Empress of Light. How do you get the fairy mount? It's a 1 in 200 drop from pixies. Man, we're getting tons of... Golem's got a woman and moss hornets and shit. Is Golem affected by low gravity? He is affected by liquids. He is affected by gravity. I think as a result of the liquids... Well, no, that's not gravity specific necessarily, because projectiles get slowed in liquid too. I'm not sure if he's affected by low gravity. Dropping the sphere occasionally will help DPS. Yeah, but then I have to think about it. I'm not, like, how much does it even help? Like, I mean, look. It's better, but... mana efficient, I guess. Hello, tortoise. I guess I'd put it down here. That works a lot better. Then I can lead him back into it. Okay. I'm seeing the magnet sphere line now. Okay, still not what we were looking for. Do I use hotkeys for my hotbar? No, I just use the scroll wheel. Golem's a tough fight to be looking off screen during, because you just have a tortoise show up at any moment. Yeah, Rainbow Rod, very cozy to be using. I do really like using this weapon. Your Plantera was this easily farmable? Yeah, it's tough because I feel like the bulb summoning mechanism for Plantera is very iconic, right? And just making a summoning item for Plantera feels like a little bit of a cop-out. But at the same time, it really affects them. I wonder if after Plantera you could buy, like, a seed, or if Plantera could drop a seed that you could plant to grow a bulb to make it easier to farm her, or something. Just some way to make it so that her, like, 9 drops would be less difficult to get. Because Plantera's really... Is there any boss in the game that's less farmable than Plantera? I can't think of one. Seed drop off in the Dryad, yeah. Especially because, like, you want the Seedler for the Zenith. Maybe you want a Venus Magnum. You want to be able to use a rocket launcher. You get a grenade launcher. There aren't that many rocket launchers. I don't think it's a huge issue, but I think it could be cool to have some way to make that reasonable. And Eye of the Golem's not bad. We can make a Destroyer emblem. Cultist. I mean, yeah, Cultist isn't very farmable. Skeletron. Yeah, that's fair. I think the key difference between those bosses and this one is that those bosses don't really have drops to farm for. I think Wall of Flesh is fairly farmable. Like, summoning the Wall of Flesh is very easy. You just make a house in the underworld, have the guide move in, and then kill him with lava. You can usually do multiple a day, and he's not that difficult to farm. Isn't it guaranteed that the first plant drop is a rocket launcher? In classic mode, the first Plantera drop will always be a grenade launcher. However, in expert mode and above, I don't believe there's anything to check whether or not it is the first treasure bag you are opening. So that whole mechanic is kind of just thrown out the window and you get a random drop as your first item. But yeah, if you didn't know, in classic mode, Plantera's first drop will always be the grenade launcher. Because Plantera's drop is not determined when she dies in expert mode. It's determined when you open the treasure bag. And I don't think the mechanism for that was coded in a way that permitted the first drop to be the grenade launcher. And I think at this point, making that always be the grenade launcher would be a mistake, because that would make the rest of Plantera's drops even less relevant. I like the idea of the grenade launcher being kind of musket-like, where you always get it to kind of introduce you to it, but that just means you never get any of Plantera's other drops, because how many times do you fight Plantera multiple times in a playthrough? Is Golem immune to Ichor? No, he's not immune to Ichor. Will Cyborg always move in post-plant? Yep, yeah. It's not a grenade launcher check, it's just a post-plant check. Does you get the Plantera whip? Nobody will ever use it. The Vulgar Display of Flower? I don't think I've gotten the Vulgar Display of Flower yet. Hey, Staff of Earth. There we go. Let's keep this in here for now. Let's see if we can get a laser rifle, too. Worst case, we could always just, you know, Rainbow Rod or something for single target DPS. The Staff of Earth is the, I think, main thing that we needed for the moons. Just some kind of good crowd control weapon. Further diluting the plant loot pool and not doing anything to accommodate for that was a strange choice. Yeah, I feel like they could do, as an alternative solution, the thing that they do for the Moon Lord, which is just Plantera drops 2 weapons. You know? The Moon Lord drops 2 weapons because he's difficult to farm. It's a lot of work, and he's got 9 drops. Plantera has like 9 weapon drops. I don't think it'd be a huge... Like, it wouldn't be a balance disaster if she dropped 2 of them. Most of them aren't very good. And it would make it so that you could get the items from Plantera much easier. Doesn't use it. It's not better than the Rainbow Rod here. It doesn't have... Like, the Golem is not a Staff of Earth boss, no? It's in my chest right now. I'm gonna pull it out for the pillars, but in this situation, with Spectre Armor and my mana efficiency, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have better results just spamming the Rainbow Rod. Rock type resists rock moves, yeah. Like, the Staff of Earth will have its moment to shine. I don't think this moment right here is the moment for it. But if you could shimmer boss weapon drops, I don't like that idea. I think making it so there's basically no reason to ever fight a boss multiple times is a bad idea. I think having some reason to engage with content, like, it's fun to farm Golem. Right? Like, I like sitting here killing Golem multiple times, or killing, you know, Duke Fishron multiple times, or stuff like that. I don't think it's a bad thing to have to engage with a boss multiple times to get a specific item. I think it would also lead to a lot of homogenization of play. Which is to say, if you could always guarantee that you would get a specific drop from a boss, you would always play in the same way. You wouldn't mix things up very often, which I think would be a mistake. I don't think that's a good idea. What if you could shimmer? I don't like shimmer cycles for the most part. Like, I don't think letting you shimmer between things is great game design. To be blunt, I don't really like how the shimmer works that much, and I don't think adding more shimmer recipes to just make it so you always get what you want is a good idea. You know, Wall of Flesh emblems, that one makes some amount of sense because you're shimmering between an emblem, right? Changing the quality of a particular item as opposed to changing fundamentally what the item is. You know, in a believability perspective, that makes more sense. There's also the fact that it just avoids the... It allows the developers to expect players to always have an emblem in hard mode instead of having a 1 in 4 chance of getting the emblem they want, because you don't usually do the Wall of Flesh to get the specific emblem that you want at the start of hard mode. Like, you'd fight the Wall of Flesh some extra times, because you'd have the other emblems you could make later, you know, Destroyer emblem, Avenger emblem, your class-specific emblem and gloves and stuff like that. So it's not like that change made it so you wouldn't fight the Wall of Flesh multiple times. It just made it so that when you entered hard mode, you would be certain to have the emblem that you wanted. But yeah, I don't think adding more transmutations to just go, hey, the shimmer lets you do whatever the fuck you want would be a good idea. Another stinger, unfortunate. Got 2 more summons. These are all of our chests that were in the temple, so if we don't get the heat ray in this, we'll just go do Pumpkin Moon without it. They let you shimmer emblems, but letting you shimmer drops in the moon bosses is too far somehow. Those are completely different things. Those are completely different things. Like, shimmering weapon drops and shimmering emblems are not remotely the same. Shimmering emblems doesn't make it so you don't fight the boss multiple times. It doesn't change the amount of power that you get on average or how you play. It just makes it so that you are guaranteed to get the accessory relevant for the weapon you want to use, instead of having to fight the Wall of Flesh repeatedly, hoping to get an accessory relevant for the weapon type that you want to use. That's completely different from... Like, it doesn't change the weapon that you're using. It doesn't really change anything about how you're playing. The moon bosses are awful and grindy, though. I mean, the point of the moons is to be a grind. Are you talking Pumpkin Moon and Frost Moon? Like, the whole point of those events is that you grind them and do a bunch of wave clearing and mini bosses in order to... I almost died there. Well, I probably would have survived, but it would have taken a lot of damage. Like, at a certain point, the grind is the point, you know? Removing the grind from the thing that's supposed to be grindy just kind of removes the point of having it in the game. You might as well just have the boss drop an item that the player can craft whatever they want with. Why exactly is it supposed to be a grind? Because when the events were introduced, they were the end game used as a DPS check to see how well you could get through an event and how high you could get as a score. Remember, the whole events are like score based. You're sitting there trying to get the highest score possible by killing as many things as possible, and you get rewarded with drops as you're doing that, and you're incentivized to get to higher waves because you get better drop rates at higher waves. Like, the event's set up to be You know, bring your friends, do it whatever, do it solo, whatever, just get there, shoot a bunch of guys, kill as many things as possible. Now, over the course of the game, that context has changed a little bit, but I don't think making it so you can just decide to get whatever you want is great. The other thing with emblems is that if you get a weapon that's not the weapon you wanted, you can still use it, right? Like, if you get a clockwork assault rifle from the Wall of Flesh and you're playing mage, you can just slap on some bullets and shoot the clockwork assault rifle. If you get the stake launcher and you wanted something else, like, you can still use the stake launcher. If you get a Venus Magnum or a Seedler, you can still use that item and have it be useful. If you get the wrong emblem to drop, it does nothing. It's useless. You're not going to get value out of equipping a sorcerer emblem if you're using melee weapons, but you can just use a melee weapon while you're using magic weapons and have that be useful. Many players do. Am I doing motions? We'll do the moons first, and then we'll see how we're feeling. Right. One of the other things that having random drops does is encourage players to try different things. You know, if you're playing the game for the first time and you get the Razorblade Typhoon to drop from Bukefishron, oh, you might sit there and cast the Razorblade Typhoon a few times and go, hey, this is really cool, I want to use this. Or you might try using the Tsunami or the Flare-On and go, yo, this is really cool, I like using this weapon, this is fun. It pushes you to play in different ways. No heat ray. Heat laser. Heat ray? Heat ray. That's fine. Let's sell a bunch of this stuff. Feels terribly cheaty to be not be a class purist. I mean, that's just down to how you feel. I don't think most players feel that way. We keep the pickaxe axe in case we need to share. I know, we're not doing Frostman. We don't need Souls of Fray. I don't need metal detector anymore. Oh, I have another power cell. Did I have this the whole time? Chamber decrafting incentivizes class pivoting a ton, which is great. Yeah. The whole purist thing never made sense to you? I mean, I think it makes sense insofar as people like feeling like they were making the right decision. Right? And sticking to one class and doing a bunch of stuff that benefits that one class makes it feel like you're playing the game the right way. Right? You get these things that buff these particular items, and that makes those items stronger, and it feels like, okay, I'm making good decisions. I feel like I want to do this. It also helps for a lot of players who have a lot of playtime in the game. If you just sit there and can use whatever, you know, that gets stale after a little while. If you start to put some restrictions on what you can use and go, okay, I'm gonna only use magic weapons. Normally I like to rely on ranged weapons or melee weapons. And every playthrough I do, I end up just getting a Mega Shark or True Excalibur or something like that. But I'm gonna say I'm just gonna use mage weapons so that I have to use them and I can see how they are and have fun trying to play in a different way. You know? I mean, you'll get people who will say anything with a community as large as Terraria's, Craig. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to play Terraria. It's not correct to play a class. It's also not incorrect to play a class. It's only incorrect to play in a way that isn't fun. You might see a lot of people heavily emphasize the importance of using a class, and you might also see people say there's no reason to stick to a class. You know, the game doesn't force you to pick a class. I know that's one of the pedantic points that Shy Guy Mask had made at one point, which is classes don't exist, quote unquote, in Terraria because still no heat, right? The game's not sitting there going, hey, you need to pick a class and stick to it. It's just, hey, this is stuff you can do, and it kind of suggests you to do it, but it doesn't say, hey, you have to do this. And there's no benefit to doing it, as opposed to having more options on the table. You'd be happier. I had another sunstone, I think. Did we try to get a celestial stone? What do you guys think? We could. We have the sunstone. And there's really not... Like, the difference between a celestial stone and... a celestial shell is nearly non-existent. The bulk of the benefit is concentrated in the stone. What happens if you reforge stacked accessories? I don't think you can. This is awkward. I actually want to get rid of this because I plan to fight Pumpkin Moon here, and enemies will get stuck under there. There's Celestial Stone and Moonstone stack? No. No, they used to, but not anymore. They don't? No. Like I said, they used to, but they don't anymore. Are we farming Golem? We were. We stopped now. We ran out of power cells, but... we were for a bit. Right now we're getting prepped for moons and eclipses to see what we can get from those. Okay. Got my Staff of Earth. So what's the ideal way to use Staff of Earth on the moons? Is it horizontal? Is it shooting down? Diagonally? I'm not 100% familiar with this weapon. Vertical? Or something like this? Or like this? Because the damage is velocity based, right? So you want to shoot down? Make a destroyer emblem. Okay, well now that we have the hero shield, we can offset the downside of the paladin shield. Hey, Duke Solomon, I'm doing pretty well. How are you? So many shiny stones. Shiny stone's good for the moons. Okay, here's what we'll do. Skip to morning. Build little clips and see if we can get Moonstone. I should get another spike. Reforged staff. It's not going to be super useful right now. My spike's at. No spikes out. I had more spikes, didn't I? Oh, maybe I didn't. Okay, I'll just move the spike. You just graduated college? Congratulations. Yeah, my commencement's next week. That's awesome. What'd you get your degree in? Look, I can use Staff of Earth now that I have an actual mana setup. But, like, I could just be using a Rainbow Rod. You know, why am I reinventing the wheel? It just isn't that good. Accounting and information systems. Nice. And I guess it's good for this. But it's not really good for when there's just, like, enemies near me, you know? Oh, I need to make a pumpkin medallion. We can shimmer cactus to get the pumpkin. I feel like every single time I want to fight Pumpkin Moon, I just shimmer cactus. I'm so glad they added that recipe. Because that was basically the thing with Pumpkin Moon, is you'd realize, like, hey, I want to fight Pumpkin Moon. Then you'd realize last second that you didn't have pumpkin. And you were kind of screwed. Hey, Mom. I'm moth down. You're top 1K in math in your country? Nice. What does that mean? Like, top 1K at what? Is it like a test score? Like, you placed in the top 1,000 in like a standardized test for math? Is it in your grade? Okay, so is it like your math scores are like in the top 1,000 for your grade? That's awesome. Betsy Drathan is insanely good with getting it's very annoying. Yeah. Like an optional math exam. Nice. I feel like I never get a moonstone. It's a bit sad. That's the other thing, is I can line of sight cheese nail heads with a rainbow rod. I can't do that with a boulder staff. And I could probably outrange it from really up high, but it's a little awkward. Is this the best weapon I've mentioned? The Rainbow Rod? Yeah, I really like the Rainbow Rod. I mean, I think this is a really... Yeah, they got me. You better if I set up a heart statue next to the spike? It would, yeah, but it's kind of hard to do that on the fly. Why is a nail guy an enemy? Well, A while ago, some guy decided to make a BDSM horror movie called Hellraiser, and it was pretty popular. So Relogic decided to add that guy to the game. Now his abilities in Terraria are not related to the movie at all. He doesn't have bondage powers in this game. So yeah. That clip's really drags. Yeah, it's quite long. Rainbow Rod versus Razorblade Typhoon? I mean, I would rather have a Razorblade Typhoon right now than a Rainbow Rod, but I'm also later in the game. Like, Razorblade Typhoon's stronger, don't get me wrong. But it also doesn't generally come as early. Nailhead's in Terraria, an entirely different horror movie. His stats are atrocious. Yeah, how much? Is it 12,000 HP that he has? Let's check. There's one down here. Yeah, 12,000 HP. What the fuck? $12,000 HP, knockback immunity. Oh, by the way, another fun fact about nailheads. His spikes, his nails count as projectile damage. Oh, sorry, count as contact damage. So if you're in For the Worthy, they scale their damage for Legendary mode. Just in case Nailhead wasn't bad enough. If you're in Legendary mode, the nails are basically guaranteed one-shots. I don't get dodging Moth fun when it's doing this. Like, the dashes I get. But when it's just in the vaguely approach you AI loop, I'm not 100% certain on that. I shouldn't let that hit me. Should have a mana regen potion. You know, the best way to use mana is either ignore it and suffer damage loss with Mana Pot or Mana Flower, or ignore it with Magic Cuffs. Yeah, you have a couple options for mana. I don't like any of them. You know, I don't like using... I was a Nailhead. I didn't even notice it was a Nailhead. It was a Nailhead. I don't like using mana potions. I don't like spending an accessory slot on the Magic Flower, and I don't like having to press my quick mana hotkey all the time. So I don't like either of those options. Let's start to do a little prep for Pumpkin Moon. The mana regen potion. No, I like cuff tanking. That's why I'm doing it. It's the way that I have fun playing mage. Let's do a little crafting. Thank you, Reaper. Appreciate it. Need to grab some cactus. I can't let my other NPCs die, because then I'll be unable to use this pylon. That would be really awkward. Don't I have cactus? I don't have cactus. I gotta go get cactus. We had a desert to the left. Yeah. This is full vanilla? Yeah. Okay. 27 cactus. That's not enough. Best way to fix mana right now is to make the first potion not do the debuff, but give you a cooldown. Mana potion usage during that time will deal the debuff in that time. That's an idea that I've had, but I'm not... That idea has some problems. Right. I like it at face value, but it has some problems. There's the fact that that's not really intuitive or clear. You're getting a debuff that effectively doesn't do anything, and that's not super obvious. There's the fact that it kind of diminishes the other mana recovery options. You know? Using magic cuffs or mana regeneration potion. Okay, hello, Nailhead. Yeah, using magic cuffs or mana regeneration potion doesn't really have that much value if you can just drink a potion, and as long as it's before the cooldown, before you drink the next potion, like you... There's not really any reason not to do that, if you're not getting a penalty for drinking the potion. Yeah, I have the wizard. Rating up in a second or even third mana type and thus having to switch between different weapons would be the simplest fix to this class. I think you and I have different ideas of simple, Craig. I can get what you're going for, but I don't think that's a simple change. I think that would be quite a complicated fix. Oh, well, I don't know where the wizard's living right now. Bonus crook, I'd have to find him. I don't really feel like doing that. Okay, medallion. Okay. Well, as we can sit around and... I should clear out some inventory space. Oh, I should get food! I should get food. I currently have no food. I can make pumpkin pie, but that's awful. I can't make soup. If I'm fast, I didn't even know there was deadly sphere there. Potentially fish up something. Go to the ocean. And how well it makes it having more than 80% gives 20% damage. It's an idea. I still have my fishing rod on me. That's why I'm not seeing it anywhere. It's my conch. Good food. Right, trout. More trout. More trout. Alright, shrimp. That's good. Best medium food is oasis fish. Yeah, I'm aware that oases are better than ocean, but I cannot currently fish in the oasis on account of there being a solar eclipse happening. There's a little bit of a problem with that strategy. I am aware that, like, I've been fishing in Oasis before this. I see. Articuno was asking. Okay, I'm just gonna save and quit to despawn these guys because I do not want these guys lingering because of coins during despawn these guys. Pumpkin pies suck, so it's much better than trying to use pumpkin pies. Yes, if you missed it, pumpkin pies got mega nerfed. They are pretty much useless now. Fucking clown. Staff of Earth. We're gonna briefly sit still here. We lose a little DPS efficiency. I know I didn't reforge my Staff of Earth. I wanted to, but opportunity didn't really arise. concerned about poltergeists when they show up. If they're below me, that's okay. No, I didn't want to... Man, where was my nurse? I just gotta sit here and regen HP. Take a hit real quick. My damage. Right. I forgot Pumpkin Moon is insufferable. I really dislike that attack from the Headless Horseman. We're gonna move this back up here. He was hoping we can get a Prone. Prone would be really nice. The Willing Pumpkin Moon gameplay. Yeah, Zaphiroth is not doing bad at all. I'd like to try to pick up something here, but I just can't. The spook, the morning wood. Okay. Hopefully, we can... I have to just use the staff here. There's too many guys. Is it true Infinite Pierce? I think so. Hey, there we go. See who we actually wanted. Keep in mind our Stafford is also unreforged currently, so... Would have loved a heat ray for this, because the Rainbow Rod DPS is not fantastic for getting the drop done. We're hoping to get a Bat Scepter. Thank you, Morningwood. Bat Scepter or Witch's Broom would be really nice finds. I love just getting randomly chunked for 250 damage from Morningwood projectile spam off screen. Please don't die before killing this pumpkin. That would be so tragic. Hey! Bat Scepter! That's actually incredible. Okay, well, it's not incredible against crowds, but I think it should be really good if another pumpkin shows up. I could have set this arena up a lot better. It was a little bit rushed last minute. to do a better job with dodging those. Okay, there he is. I'm in a real rough spot here. I should have put torches down so I can see what's happening. We do really good damage now. Let's just pay attention. Avoid these. And try to stay alive. We have a bunch of houts down low. I would like to pick them up, but the problem is there are a bunch of morningwoods down there. And those morningwoods are going to kick my ass if I try to go down there. Dark Harvest. Another jump scare pumpkin. And at this point, I want to kill Morningwoods, right? Because there's no other pumpkin drop I would want, but I would like a broom if I could get one. So I think I want to... It's just kind of hard to ignore pumpkins with how they are. Melee needs some decent early hard mode options. Shadow Flame. Oh, we talking about the Shadow Flame dagger? Or Shadow Flame knife? I don't think there's anything wrong with the Shadow Flame knife. You don't need to... I don't think it needs to be nerfed or... I don't know if you're talking about giving it to another class or something. I think it's in a fine spot. I'm about to die. I really want to... Damn it. I have such a hard time with those. Do I respawn before the end of the event? I do. I could potentially kill these Morningwoods on their way out. I also might have gotten a broom to drop if I was lucky. We'll see. I don't get why sometimes Morningwood does this. Drop one plat. Money's meaningless at this point. Don't really care. Hey, we got a broom. Nice. Okay, that was about as perfect as a pumpkin mood could go. Besides, there's one platinum. Okay, we could do a Motion Madness. What would the goal be from Motion Madness? I mean, Charge Blaster Cannon or Laser Machine Gun are the only two options. Charge Blaster Cannon could be fun with Spike Cuff. That would probably do really well against the Old One's army, right? AliExpress last prison. I'll get a new light pet. Oh wait, no, that's not a light pet. Okay. Well, we can upgrade our wings. We'll have broom, but it's nice to have wings as a fallback. Now that we have the broom, actually, we can do a kind of just an ignore movement accessory play. We could equip a sorcerer emblem and the other emblem, celestial emblem. I think I had more guide voodoo dolls, didn't I? Yeah, I have 10. Any stack now except coal? Can quest fish stack now? Nice. Okay, I guess it is just coal then. Okay, we summon it left of spawn, we run to the right. What weapon am I using here? I guess I boulder the wall. Oh, I'm going to die. Did I get hit by a red devil, or was I just really not paying attention? I'm going to assume I got hit by a red devil, because I looked at my HP and saw that I had 20 HP. I don't know what else down here would have done that much damage to me that quickly. Okay, where was my... Celestial Magnet is Avenger Emblem. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's take some of this stuff off. We don't need all this. I got new downstairs neighbors yesterday. These ones don't have a dog, so that's nice. Don't need any of this. Emblem. And then once the guide respawns, we can do it again. What does the Celestial Emblem do? Just 15% damage. 50% damage and the Celestial Magnet effect. But we're at the point where I have a room, so there's not really any need to keep movement accessories for the time being. So I can ignore those and just get some damage, which will help for some of these events coming up. I don't want to completely get rid of all of my items because they might be nice to have for certain bosses later, but for the time being, let's do a Motion Madness. So, I want to kill saucers, and if I want to kill saucers, I need a place to kill saucers. Actually, I have a broom. I can just broom the saucer. Yeah, we don't need to do any arena prep or anything. I do want to get more spikes. I need more spikes for my spike cuff. Also, how far am I from the Ankh Shield? Because I think the Ankh Shield... Oh. Like, I guess that's kind of an issue, now that I think about it. I'm literally just equipping an adhesive bandage. There's not really any benefit to that bonus quick. Nothing here is doing poison. Could be an opportunity to show off Saucer Mage Tech if this is for a video. I don't know what Saucer Mage Tech is. Yeah, getting an Ankh Shield unironically would be quite nice. How's our Ankh Shield pieces looking? Oh, we're in the platform with spikes and stuff? Yeah, that's an idea. It's a very different strategy. I feel like I'd be better off just using the broom. Yeah, I think I'd be better off just using the broom. No, we don't have pocket mirror. I think we're missing blindfolds. Let's see what we have. We have medicated bandage. That's one. We have Counter Curse Mantra. That's 2. We have Armor Bracing. We share with us. That's 3. Megaphone? No, we have the Megaphone one. Slow. Fast Clock. What does the Fast Clock pair with? No, Fast Clock isn't Nazar. Confusion? Trifold map. Well, if we went to a hollow desert, we could potentially get blindfolds. Huh. Do hollow mummies drop blindfolds? I think they drop trifold maps, right? No, guys, it's much easier to get a fast clock than it is to get a trifold map. No, mummies are much better. Is it just the evil mummies that drop blindfolds? Yeah, Pixies is fast clock. It's just the evil ones. Okay. Well, in that case, we snag some vicious powder. We get a little bit of sand. And a water candle. Where's my water candle? A water candle still in the underworld. Water candle still in the underworld. Yeah, still in the underworld. Here's what we'll do. Pixies and Wraiths. So, have any caches of altars lying around? I don't think I do. But it's very easy to get it from Pixies. When I spent like 15 minutes grinding for it from normal mummies only to realize they don't drop it. Yeah. How come we're going for Ankh? Because I'm using Spike Tech to recover mana using magic cuffs. But the problem with that is it applies the bleeding debuff, and the Ankh shield gives immunity to the bleeding debuff. So it is actually quite useful to have, because it allows me to get effectively infinite mana in boss fights by just having spikes as my ground at no cost. So let's do that. And we can take some coral stone with us for afterwards. Okay, I'm gonna come up here. It's gonna be better to have immunity to everything than immunity to bleed. Yeah, and I mean, I'm using a shield for knockback immunity, so there's not really any reason not to just make that a shield, an Ankh shield. Come on, the emblem and the bandage for the destroyer bandage. Yeah, if you ever need a good way to farm mummies, by the way, evil mummies, like if you want an Onyx Blaster, you can do the exact same thing that you can do for farming pixies, which is to make a small platform in the sky, like this. You want it to extend off screen. Put sand down. Enemies only care about the top layer they are spawning on. They do not need an entire evil desert biome to spawn. So if you just pop down a thin little layer like this, and then throw some vicious powder, which you can craft with vicious mushrooms, you can turn it into crim sand, and then just have a bunch of mummies spawning on this platform. You can already hear him showing up. So yeah, we need 2 blindfolds. we can go ahead and pop down a water candle. Drink a battle potion. And we can go ahead and make this a full crimson biome just for the higher spawn rates. I think I'm too... No, I can't be too close. Those NPCs, because I'd be in a town. I'd hear the town music. Okay, I want the slime to die. Am I placing crimson blocks? Better spawn rates. Replacing crimson block. Better spawn rates. The crimson biome has a higher daytime spawn rate than the ocean biome. Emoticons convert to emojis? Oh, that's awful. I hate... websites do that. Man, those motions really want to invade, huh? Oh. Okay, well, I guess we're doing motions. Okay, well, we'll do this later. I forgot I had mana. This will be fine. The first motion madness invasion has ridiculous spawn rates, so after we do one, it'll be a lot faster. Easier. By the way, if you're not familiar with this event, it sucks. There's not really any rider to that. This event just sucks. Please destroy that Tesla turret. Let's make our potions, not battle. Once we get to like 35%, I think motion saucers can start spawning, which is our goal. We want those. So. Our best thing to do here is just line of sight cheese and wait for saucers to be able to show up. Although, is the charged blaster cannon the one that comes from the enemies? Because they moved it so one of the things comes from regular enemies and not the saucer, right? So getting the blaster cannon might actually be quite difficult. I could probably get a laser machine gun, but... That sucks. I feel like the charged blaster cannon is the one I would want more. But I feel like it's the one that's going to be more difficult to get. Cosmic Koki also moved? No, Cosmic Koki is still the saucer. Laser machine gun is basically a fancy razor pine. Yeah, and I'm sure if we get it, we can use it. It's just kind of awkward. Is it any of these enemies that can drop it, or is only a specific one that can drop the charged blaster cannon? I don't remember. Okay, we're at Motion Madness. Or at Motion Saucer. progress level, so just keep that in mind. Any enemy? Oh. We'll see if we get lucky. .13% from... Oh, God, that's a really low rate. Sucks, because that's the weapon I would want, but... Man. 0.13%. That's what, like 1 in 500, roughly? No. 1 in 500 would be 0.2%. That's like half of that. So this is more like 1 in 800? In 800, and you usually kill what, maybe like 70 enemies per invasion, so you need to do on average like 10 invasions to get one. Man, first saucer sucks because I don't really want to fight the saucer, honestly. I kind of just want to kill these guys, but we're not really gonna have the choice. Coin luck's not going to help that much. Like, it would increase the drop rate from like 1 in 800 to like 1 in 750 effectively. It's really going to have a pretty minor effect. Okay, let's see if I remember my saucer training. I think the strat is you go all the way right, it shoots behind you. Yeah, and then you start the cycle. I fucked up. I thought I was gonna die. Is UFO mount better than Vroom? No. A Vroom is better. I don't want... Saucers are free. Saucers are free if you have a Vroom. I actually quite like saucers. I think they're one of the few actually fun event bosses to fight. I would not say they're free. I think, like, once you get into the rhythm of them and know what to do, they're pretty reasonable. But you can definitely get your ass kicked by a saucer. So the best thing to do is just have infinite flight, like from a broom. Don't get shot by its lasers like that. When it does this, run in one direction until it does its laser. Then, it basically goes to the other side of you, but the first one can be dangerous, so you let it... do the first one before it gets to you, and then you start going to the other side of it. And then you just kind of do a back and forth loop like this. There's a Cosmic Karakia. So I can just shoot a boulder with this wyvern. Wait, it's not even infinite piercing? What the fuck? This thing sucks! I thought the boulder staff had infinite piercing. What was that? That hit like 5 times. That's awful. It's not awful, it's just kind of a disappointment. Yeah, if you have infinite flight, this event becomes so much easier. Also, I'm not gonna understate how helpful the Rainbow Rod has been during this invasion. Like, I don't know if you guys have been noticing, but the Rainbow Rod has basically been soloing this entire event by letting me just line of sight cheese these enemies. Under normal conditions, I would have to be sitting here, and just getting shot to pieces, and I would have to rely... you need to use weapons that attack from out of line of sight for this event, and the Rainbow Rod has really been doing it quite well. Unfortunately, I can't really spike cuff this guy, but that's okay. Spectre Hood? Why? I don't need HP. Like, there's nothing... Spectre Hood just makes me deal less damage. Why would I want that? Why not try Duke now? because the Razor Blade Typhoon is like the most basic bitch magic weapon to exist, and I want to try to use some other stuff. You know the Squidward daring today, aren't we meme? That's how I feel when people say, why don't you get a Razor Blade Typhoon? Like, oh, you're playing melee? Have you ever considered getting this niche weapon called the Terror Blade? Doesn't Bat Scepter do way more damage than Rainbow Rod? The Bat Scepter does not pierce, or does not home nearly as aggressively. Also doesn't have piercing. I've been using the Bat Scepter on the saucers. I don't know if you noticed that, but in terms of general crowd control, it's not as good as Rainbow Rod. At least it didn't feel that way. Is Hood Heal bad? The Hood Heal's not bad. It just hits you with a 40% damage penalty. The Hood Heal's quite good. I just don't need it. And, you know, why take a 40% damage penalty if I don't need it? Well, we got tons of money after all this. What if I get mythical? We don't need mystic. I should have just stuck with godly. Yeah, godly. Alright. We'll just take masterful. I get a mythical staff of the earth, so I guess that's something at least. Yeah, you can do swaps. That is a bit tedious though. Is our guide? No, our guide's still dead. Alright, let's see if we can get those blindfolds. We're gonna build a little wall here. That way, when we shoot these mummies, we don't. Use the night glow on the pillars. It's good. Yeah, night glow is good. Here's another pro tip. Wyverns cannot spawn when you are standing in front of background walls. Well, I need blindfold because I want an Ox Shield. That would be very helpful. Okay, I was jumping, so I was not technically in front of a background wall. They also can't spawn new NPCs. Okay, well, we're killing plenty of mummies. They're just not dropping anything. Oh my fucking god. I just killed you. Yeah, the bubblegun's quite good. Yeah, well, it's too late now, Speedry. Normally, you do this before post-golem, so the motions aren't really an issue. But post-golem, I guess it becomes a little bit of a problem. No, probe spawn rate's not usually an issue. Keep in mind, I have very high spawn rates. The initial thing we were seeing with the probes constantly is because before you killed your first motion invasion, the spawn rates on them are very, very high. No, probe spawn rates are higher in space. I don't think we're technically in space, so I don't think this counts. Although, I don't know if it's space or just Wyvern height, actually. Maybe it is. But I know probe spawn rates are higher in space. Okay, we're closing up on 50 mummies. You guys think we got a blindfold yet? Nope. Got a banner, though. Oh, the lamentable new banner window. Trying to find where my banners are. I gotta say, the worst part about this new window is when you get a banner, you want to place it down, but you essentially haven't been going through your banners for the rest of the game, and you have to scroll through like 20 things just to try to find the one that's relevant to the enemy you're fighting right now. There's no search function or anything. Sure, the most recent banner at the top? It should, yeah. Or have some kind of rhyme or reason to how these are laid out. Because the organization of these does not make much sense. It's not alphabetical. Sometimes enemies are grouped together, sometimes they're not. Like, okay, we have blue slimes here. And then zombie, blue armored bones, goblin archer, lava bat banner. Goblin archer is nowhere near goblin peon. Like, it's not alphabetical. I don't know what the organization is, but it doesn't make sense. NPC ID number. NPC ID number should be going in order of when they were added, right? But pixies were not added before blue slimes. Blue slimes are like NPC 1 or something. Like, they're a really low NPC ID number. They're certainly not below pixies. It's the order you got them in? No. There's no way that the demon banner was the first banner that I got. That would have been like blue slime banner or something, or zombie banner. And it's the order of when the banners were added. Okay. So it's completely arbitrary. There's no rhyme or reason to how they were added. And I guess there's some logic with some of them being grouped together, but there's no like pattern you can follow. It's just hoping that they're there. Very unfortunate. We've killed almost 100 blood mummies at this point. No blindfold yet. And we're double dipping because we have crim slimes as well. They can drop blindfolds. In 1.2 only some enemies had banners, then more were added later. Back when banners were a rare drop. Yeah. For those of you that are newer to Terraria, banners used to just be like a 2% drop from enemies instead of being dropped every 50 kills. They wouldn't just be put in your inventory and you wouldn't get the pop-up message that you killed 50 enemies. Enemies would just have a small chance to drop banners. They also didn't have functional effects, so you wouldn't be getting like double damage given and half damage taken against enemies. You have to switch to farming Medusas at this rate? God, I hope not. Okay, well, I was interested in doing the Dark Artist mix. I think I'll give this another... Oh, I don't know. Till the end of the day, if we don't get... If we don't get at least one blindfold by the end of by the start of the night tonight, I'll probably just... We got 2 megaphones? What the fuck is even dropping megaphones here? What's silence? Do the mummies drop megaphones as well? Mummies also drop megaphones. Okay. Yeah, but with Broom, we could probably just go on to fight the Moon Lord. Like I said, I want to try the Dark Artist mix, but we really do not have a good weapon for the Old One's army. Maybe we get Nebula weapons and then use the Nebula weapons on the Old One's army to try to get the Dark Artist mix. I lost my battle potion. Because, like, we can't kill the Old One's army like this, and I don't want to be streaming all day. Yeah, Nebula Arcanum is the crowd control one, right? Blizzard Staff is not crowd control. Can I summon Old One's army during the lunar cycle? Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, third megaphone. Is Dark Artist better than Spectre? So the Spectre set bonus is effectively plus 400 DPS, which is very good when your weapon is not doing a ton of DPS, but when you're getting to the late game weapons that do a ton of damage, the Spectre set bonus isn't actually adding that much extra damage. So it's the raw damage numbers from using the Spectre Mask, Dark Artist Chest, and maybe Dark Artist Pants? Don't quite remember. Is a lot better. And we'll try getting the Charged Blaster Cannon. If another saucer shows up, we'll do one more Martian invasion. Sure. We'll see if it pops up in the next 4 minutes. Man. Really unfortunate luck here. Guys, we were in the dungeon earlier. We didn't get a Shadow Beam Staff to drop. I don't want to go back to try to farm another one. Okay, okay, that's one blindfold. Man, I saw the mummy mask. My hopes... I got excited for a sec. Only took 135 mummies to get one blindfold. 2% drop, by the way. Well... I mean, if we've got... Wait, do I... No, that's the mummy mask. Well, I mean, if we've got one blindfold, then... Surely it won't be that hard to get a second blindfold, right? I do really like the idea of having our Spike Cuff strat for just permanent mana uptime. I just have to get an Ox Shield to do that comfortably, and man, Ox Shield farming sucks. Okay, what do we not need here? Just eat this chicken nugget. We don't need a mummy short. Doing this at the, like, actual edge of the world can be nice, because then you can see the drops. Instead of needing to physically move to... Yeah, there we go. There's a second blindfold. Okay. Third blindfold. Okay. Now, the only other thing we need is a fast clock. And in theory, it should not take that long to get a fast clock, because... Pixies drop them very frequently. So if we tear this down and replace the top layer with Pearlstone and turn this into a Pearlstone bridge, we should be getting Pixies, and we could make this happen. The Vampire Seed should make it so that in PvP you take 10x damage from the stake launcher. Does it do that? Why not holy water this? Why would I holy water this when I can just do it with Pearlstone? Yeah, sadly there's no holy powder. What benefit does holy water have? I have to spend time getting holy water. I don't have holy water. Who the fuck is it just has holy water lying around? See? It's easy. Easy as that. Who says the Ankh Shield is difficult to get? It's probably the easiest item in the game. The game just gives it to you for free. And the most difficult part of the Ankh Shield is the Obsidian Sculpt. We didn't have enough Obsidian for a lot of the game, so. Okay. Obsidian Shield. The plan. Reflective Shades. Ankh Shield. Okay. And now we have... I'm going to get some more spikes from the dungeon. But as long as we use spikes as our floor... we effectively have infinite mana. Because the Ankh Shield's better than the Hero Shield. Besides, I'm going to be getting new accessories soon anyways. Keep in mind, in order for this to work, I need to be on the ground, which means... I can't be using the broom. Comfortably, at least. It doesn't have to be spike floor. It could be spike blocks. They added spike blocks. Are there spike platforms? Dude, spike platforms would be so hype if I could make an actual, like, line of platforms that I could go through and take damage when I touch. Yeah, spike bed. You know, other interesting idea. If you're in a constant seed, you could do this with cactus, which wouldn't give bleeding. I could see that as a good strat if you're in like legendary mode. Get fixed boy. You could put down some sand, grow a cactus, and then use that as a mana battery for like Old One's Army or something. Yeah, wooden spikes do more damage. Okay, I think that's enough spikes. $68 feathers. Okay, so you can make spike blocks. You get better efficiency from those? Hang on. You do! You do. And how do you make hard spike, sharp spike block? It's just exactly the same. Okay. Okay, we've got... Yeah, you got spike beds. So these do damage to us when we touch it. So, if we just made like a giant bridge... Okay, okay. Sharp Spike does 10 more damage. I think we have enough defense. Yeah, we have enough defense. Doesn't matter. We make our entire floor here. Sure. Does this even give bleeding? Yeah, okay, they do give bleeding. Okay, I wanted to make sure I was justified in getting the Onk Shield, because if I made these sharp spike blocks and then I realized they don't even give bleeding, I would have lost it, man. Okay. Now here, we need the hero shield to make sure we're taking 1 damage per hit, but that's okay. How do you get sharp spikes? You just craft them from spike blocks. Spike blocks are just spikes in stone. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, sometimes it's poking through a little bit, but I haven't reforged my accessories and stuff, but by the time we're finished, we'll be okay. So this won't really work for the Moon Lord, but we can use this for the other bosses and events. Old One's Army in particular. I kind of have a flying setup for the Moon Lord, so I can't really use these for that. Okay, let's fight the Wall of Flesh again. Yeah, did our guide move back in? Yeah, he did. What's in here? Is the mana from taking damage an accessory? Yeah. Let's see if the Bat Scepter is more effective than the Boulder Staff was. I imagine not, but we'll see. Yeah, lack of piercing doesn't work. Okay, this gets me Sorcerer Emblem. We could also potentially get Avenger, but that might be a bit overkill. We need damage to get through the Old One's army, so these emblems will help. Armored's good. Snag a Reforge on this. I'm fine with a damage boosting Reforge. I need a little bit more defense in order to make sure that we don't take damage from the spikes. But as long as we have enough. This right now, we should have enough to not take damage from spikes. So now I can afford to spec into a damage Reforge. We swap that in. We keep the Onk Shield on. We can get a better Reforge on it. Sure. If I swap all these in, and then maybe I use the shiny stone? I'd probably keep the boot so I can run back and forth. Okay, this is nice. We now have the part where we just need to kill the Lunatic Cultist. Because I think in order to do the tier 3 Old One's army, we need the pillar weapons. Oh, true. We can get an ammo box now. Where's my arms dealer? Where is my arms dealer? There he is. Okay. Yeah, this will help us consume less ammo. That's good. Yeah, I think we kill Cultist with this setup. Yeah, swap in Balloon here, just because that's nice to have for Cultist. No, probably Wings. Yeah, I think Wings, just so we have it. Oh, Bass Statue. I have Bass Statues on me. I think it might arena buffs. Yeah, I forgot where the wizard lives. Kind of lost track of him. Although I could go down to the Shimmer and visit the wizard. Get super mana potions. Nah, who needs the mana potions? So the unfortunate thing is the Bat Scepter is a homing weapon, so it's going to deal reduced damage to the cultist. But we can work around that. Okay, we need regen, iron skin. We should be stable now. I don't have mana regen, but we should be fine. You know what, I'm going to heal default before we start this. Motion laser gun? We didn't get it to drop, so... You know. Kind of hard to use a weapon if you don't have it. Yeah, Cultist has homing resistance. Fire, ice, lightning. Fire. We don't need to stay on this the whole time. Fire, ice. He's about to summon. He'll be top. No, he won't. Got distances. Triangles, man. How do they work? Lightning, fire, ice. This time he'll be at the top. Yeah, normally you want to be either to his right or above him when you start summoning, because then he's actually, like, completely predictable. When you're to his left, it's not always predictable. Ancient Light. He ends with a lightning attack. Could be this one. Yeah. Lightning. Fire. Ice. Next attack's lightning. And then he summons. I gotta say, I really wish the Bat Scepter had better, like, sound effects, because this weapon is genuinely really good. Like, this is quite effective. It's powerful. It's fun to use. But it feels like a pea shooter. Like, I feel like I'm not even attacking. Alright, so yeah. In this fight, we effectively had unlimited mana. I did not have to drink a single mana potion. I did not have to stop attacking to save my mana. I mean, I did stop attacking a couple of times. But, because of Magic Cuffs, we essentially just have a mana battery, and we can just permanently, keep our mana refreshed from that. We get an influx of, like, 60 per second. And Nebula Pillar's right here, which actually... This is gonna be really cursed. Okay. Swap the magnet off. Now, I'm not going to act like this is the most effective way to play Mage, but it is a fun way to play Mage. Okay. We can make our bridge out to here. Yeah. We have homing attacks. All I need to do is just touch this spike every once in a while. I'd like to be all the way inside. It's just kind of hard to keep dodging these guys and stay outside. Or stay inside. Predictor's giving me a lot of trouble. Yeah, if you missed it, we've basically been doing this the entire game. We just haven't had spikes. So I've just been, like, running into, like, laser projectiles and stuff to recover mana. What is the worst pillar? Right now? Honestly, probably still Nebula. I think it's between Vortex and Nebula. We've taken a bit of damage, so we're gonna back out to here. Kill these guys. Swap on a shiny stone. After the nerfs, I don't think solar is very bad at all, and Stardust really isn't too bad. Stardust can be a little bit annoying with the Milky Way Weavers summoning guys constantly, but man, the broccoli dogs in the Nebula Pillar just really piss me off. Yeah, Solar used to be awful with the Selenian reflections. That used to be a really miserable thing. And now, without that, and Corvite's got nerfed as well. It's not nearly as bad. This would also be a lot more effective on literally any other pillar. The Nebula Pillar is like the pillar that forces you to move around a lot more than every other pillar. I'm gonna die to Broccoli Dogs if I don't do this, because they're gonna shoot a projectile at me. Oh, Bat Scepter can't go in water, of course. Everyone knows bats can't swim. Yeah, well, the thing for me is that I don't know what it is about projectiles like the Evolution Beast and the Headless Horseman's projectiles, but I just, like, don't consciously recognize that they exist. I think it has to do with the fact that it's a slow-moving pink projectile when the background is pink, and I'm not really paying that much attention to my character. Like, I'm not looking super close at my character to make sure that, there's nothing on top of me. Because usually the projectiles are coming straight from the enemies. You look at the enemies, and then you react to what's coming towards you. But those projectiles are just really hard for me to spot, because there's so much visual stuff going on. So many things moving around. They don't stand out that much, and there's a lot of times where I'll just be sitting here, and then just go, oh, there's a attack on top of me, and it's dealing like 200 damage. Plus, they don't interact with anything, so they're easy to dismiss. Yeah. We gotta be careful. I'm gonna die. Predictor's gonna get me. Also, you should always keep a shiny stone on you during the pillars, because it's super good for just stuff like this. You need to heal up, you take a second, you move outside the range of the pillar, you slap on the shiny stone, 20 seconds later you're at full HP. It's kind of the main niche of the item, is just when you need to take a break and heal up and you don't want to use a potion. Because 2 hits and you are basically dead. So you kind of have to pay a lot of attention. These projectiles will last for ages too. I don't think I can sneak a rainbow rod down there right now. Having an alt load up with shiny stone plus crimson armor plus regen bound plus charm myths is wonderful. I thought a broccoli dog shot a broccoli on top of me. It was not a broccoli from the broccoli dog. It was just a fish. It was just a fish. Fish jump scare. Also, all that golem farming really helped out. We got a bunch of greater healing potions off that. Underrated benefit of farming hard mode bosses is they just give you a bunch of greater healing potions. Which, especially if you're in like multiplayer worlds, sometimes you get to... Was it a broccoli? Something hit me for a bunch of damage. There's a broccoli nearby. I assume it was the broccoli. But yeah, just having a ton of greater healing potions to pop whenever you want is really nice. Sure, you can get the materials to craft them, but I can't be bothered to do an honest day's work in my life. I'm using an alt speed loadout with slime, ice blocks, and teleporters test killing Plantera with jousting lance exploits. Oh, without exploits. Okay, and then... What's the Bat Scepter's projectile timer? It's probably pretty long. Can we just... do this? Is that working? That is? Yeah. Okay. We still hitting it? Yeah, it's about dead. Okay. Where you sometimes get hit for 3 damage? I think some of my defense buffs wore off. Spikes, almost all attacks have a slightly variable amount of damage they can deal. So the spikes aren't always doing the same amount of damage. So. The funny thing we could do on the Moonlord is socket cheese. Socket cheese mana recovery. Okay. So we're going to make a Blaze for Betsy and an Arcanum for the Waves. And hopefully that gets us there. Let's see how this does in the Old One's army. We will need mana regen potions for the Moonlord himself, because we can't recover our mana very well for that. Obsidian skin potions are very nice to have for Betsu. Now, we don't have good sentry. We only have tier 2. It is still tier 2. That's better than nothing. Damage variation is before defense? Yes. So, if I'm reducing 78 damage per hit, and sometimes I take 80 damage... and sometimes it takes 75 damage. 75 minus 78 is 1, because it can't go below 0. 80 minus 78 is 2, so I take 2 damage sometimes. That's why it was happening. Oh, what we can do is get some stuff from the Oasis. Unless there's a pillar there. You guys think this is outside of the range of the Vortex pillar? It's probably outside the range of the Vortex pillar. I think we're okay here. Yeah, we're good here. It's raining, so that's nice. Actually, we have major food buffs. We have a burger and hot dog sitting in my piggy bank. We do not need minor food buffs. Minor's DNI. Okay, that's enough. Make a little lobster tail. And make a little sashimi. We'll save the hot dog for the Moon Lord. Okay, we don't need Unholy Trident or Staff of Earth anymore. We have... Honestly, we don't need any of this stuff. Keep these handy just in case. Get most of this stuff out of here. I think we make these swaps during the Old One's army itself. And let's get some reforges. I really feel like we're going to need a lot of damage on this thing. We've got money to burn. Ooh. Man. There we go. Okay. Hopefully that gets us there. We don't need Masterful. Nice mythical on both. Okay. We need the Tavern Keep. Or do we have extra? We have extra Tavern Crystals. Okay. Let's give it a shot. I don't know how this weapon works, honestly. I mean, okay, so it kind of does AoE, but then when it hits a target... I wonder if we shoot over them? Oh, it homes it. Okay. Hang on, we need Iron Skin. That's gonna be good. You've never used Nebula Arcanum before? I don't think you're alone. Why am I taking damage constantly? I am on spike blocks. Spike blocks deal damage to me. And because we have magic cuffs, we are essentially using that as a mana battery to allow us to have effectively unlimited mana. Oh, sharp spike block specifically, yeah. So what's the advantage of this weapon? I'm struggling to see... I mean, like, it's a little bit better for crowd control. I can see that. But... man, that projectile velocity. That's, Ugh. Bit better for mobbing. That's fair. I mean, I can kind of just sit here and spam to the side, and since I have unlimited mana, I can make that work. Arcanum hits 4 times before exploding and spawns additional homing orbs that pierce infinitely while active. Okay. I mean, it's doing well here, but we're also using killer weapons on the old ones, aren't we? I would hope they're doing well. There's one up here. I'm gonna put a couple down here just so we have a little bit of knockback to maybe buy us some time in wave 3. What do you guys think? Do we just ditch the crystal and try to DPS down Betsy? We've got a pillar weapon, right? We have probably 40 seconds. It's going to be really difficult to defend it and fight off Betsy at the same time. But maybe not unreasonable if we can just spam the Nebula Arcanum. I drink mana regen because I figured when it comes to Betsy, I might need to ditch the crystal. Honestly, with how much damage we're doing, maybe we can defend the crystal and kill Betsy at the same time. I mean, this is a ridiculous amount of DPS. You sacro cannon projectiles for Betsy before starting wave 7, then switch to Blaze. That's a good point, yeah. Getting oozed a little bit here. Have to do a little cleanup. Fun fact, ooze does not affect you when you're flying on a mount. It affects landborne mounts, but... Well, no, it affected the broom when I was sitting on the ground. It didn't affect landborne mounts. Let's just be more proactive here. Can Olden Zombie be beaten with a copper short sword? If you abuse Hoiks, yeah. Magic power. God! That did a lot of damage. I need to be careful. If I die here, this is going to be trouble. Wave down. We'll clear left, then we'll clear right. Yeah, we need to ditch crystal. And just hope we can DPS down Betsy. Which I think we can. I think we can. Okay. Yeah, I mean, pillar weapons have ridiculous damage. Okay, that's 100 defender medals, which is enough for 2 pieces of armor, which is what we wanted. Oh, and then the treasure bag has more. Sky Dragon's Fury. Off to the Tavern Keep. Yeah, so the idea behind this is the Spectre Robe set bonus only does like 400 DPS. It's capped at that. However, the Dark Artist Robe gives... Or the Dark Artist Pants give 25% crit chance, which is absurd. Dark Artist robes have high defense and just really good stats. It's slightly less damage, but 15% less mana cost. Yeah, sure, we'll get it. Why not? I went through the event. We can afford to get it. Okay, and that takes us up to 60% crit chance, which is pretty ridiculous. Okay. So now I think we just move on to the Moon Lord. I think we're ready. Let's sell some of this stuff. I want to keep this pixie dust in case I ever want to use the pixie mount for something else. Just so I have a character with it, because I don't actually have one in any world right now. Okay, and then when the time comes... Honestly, maybe I swap in these flesh knuckles over my boots, because I'm gonna be on the broom the whole time, so there's really not much benefit to that. Maybe I do that, and then do I have a cross necklace somewhere? Yeah, we could make a star veil for our last accessory, since we're gonna be brooming it. Yeah, I've seen the Sky Dragon's Fury right-click attack. Okay. Yeah, and then do we have any other potion buffs we would want? I don't think so. Let me check my available potions. Oh, we have Jungle Juice. Yeah, we've got 5 Jungle Juice. Actually, why do I care about Jungle Juice? I can just craft supers. Yeah, I don't care about Jungle Juice. It does look kind of mage-like, yeah. It's not really very melee-coded. This will probably work, right? Okay, the getting shot by flow invaders part is a little awkward. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to just broom this. Too many moving parts. Need mana regen potion. Too many enemies that go through blocks. Did I? The Brain of Confusion better here compared to the Starveil? What? Why would the Brain of Confusion be better? The only thing that's gonna kill me in this fight is getting hit multiple times in rapid succession. Brain of Confusion more than likely does nothing whenever I take damage. Yeah, as long as you stay mobile on a broom. Stardust Pillar's not bad. It's a pillar that's difficult to stand still for. You know, you don't normally fight the twink poppers down here much. It's usually cells and flow invaders. So maybe that's just a product of being airborne. Laser beam. Hello. They're flying in quite fast. Yeah, we're almost done. Keep getting thrown off by the acceleration of the Stoto cells flying in from off screen. Yeah, they really are moving at Mach 8. Oh, hello. Be nice if pillar enemies took extra damage from weapons of the class they're from. I mean, functionally, that would have almost no impact on the game. Because that would only affect pillar refights after you've already killed them. By that point, you usually have banners anyways, so I don't think it really impact much. Wipe out all the cells. Aim at the pillar. Big Toys turns to Big Toys via Shimmer, then you add Chlorophyte to Big Toys and make Huge Toys, then Huge Toys auto-solos the pillars. Butcher Chainsaw used to do mage crits. Was it reusing the wand as sparking projectile? Okay, solar pillars are very standstill pillar. We should be able to make that work. Actually, you know what would have been a really good call for this build, I think? Valhalla Knight Breastplate. You guys think I could still buy a Valhalla Knight Breastplate? Because what are these robes doing for me? They're giving me some defense, 10% magic damage, 15% mana cost. I feel like 4 HP per second regeneration would be higher value than that. Can't you shimmer the... I think you can only shimmer the sentries. I don't think you can shimmer the armor. Yeah, I think I have enough medals to do that. Because I got 138 from that. I used 100, and I think I had some in my piggy bank. So we'll check after the solar pillar. You know, defense-wise, it's not that much different, but I think effect-wise it would be a big... Man, Strollers are really gonna mess with me here, aren't they? Because I can't... They're knockback immune. Knockback immune and very fast, mostly. If I spam enough projectiles, I can stand still and use my battery. I can't fall behind on how many projectiles I'm spamming. Because then I'll get overwhelmed. Oh, you did a coin portal. Yeah. The stroller jumps. Not helping. Maybe I could make a little shield. It's crazy that even this being a chill run for you, I'm still so much faster than I am. You're playing legendary. But being pre-mech after 24 hours is kind of slow, you feel like? I wouldn't. Everyone plays at different paces. Like, there's nothing wrong with taking your time and spending 20 hours before you get to the mech bosses. I mean, I don't usually take that long, but I generally have a plan and just play in a way that tends to be really efficient. But there's nothing wrong if it takes you a little while to get there. As long as you're enjoying the trip. It would be great to get plus 20 mana via Arcane, 4% damage via Menacing, and 4% crit via Lucky. It's pretty large opportunity cost, but very nice for the end. Not sure I understand. Hates strollers with a burning passion. They are a direct punishment to following the rule the fault speed sets. Yeah. Yeah, they're annoying. However, they do bounce around. I think in this particular setup, if I lay things out a little differently, I think I'll be okay. If I were to, need, I don't know, platforms. Damn. If I were to make a little wall here, doing too much damage. So I think it was only the strollers on the left that were being a problem. Fascinating for 50 hours because Mechdusa is... Mechdusa is just terrifying. Like, I get... Like, on this playthrough, I just walked up to the mechs and fought them with whatever. I could not walk up to Mechdusa and fight her with whatever. She's a really scary boss. Yeah, whole strats are usually effective. If we do something like this, I think that stops me from getting directly sniped like I did before. Because they have a very specific, like, arc they need to do in order to get me. And I don't think they can if I put a couple blocks there. We are slowly losing HP here because our HP recovery right now is not that great. But if we get Valhalla Knight, that'll fix that. For the Zenith Seed, you tried Duke pre-mech? Yeah, I mean, in Get Fix Boy, pre-mech Duke makes more sense than in a regular world because Mechdusa is so much more difficult. One of the main things you want to ask when considering what boss you want to fight next is how helpful is this boss to kill and how difficult is this boss relative to the other bosses. And normally, like, pre-mech Duke just isn't really, like, he's not easier than the other bosses by any stretch. He's much more difficult. And while he's nice, it's not really like... It'll always be easier just to kill the other bosses first. But when your other boss option is Mechdusa, having Duke's weapons can actually be really impactful in that. And it can be a much more appealing decision. It's possible to Hoik Cheese Mechdusa? You mean like Invincibility Machine? Sure. Nothing stopping you there. I think we're shooting it. I think we are. I think we're just very inaccurate. Yeah, we've almost got him. That do it? That'll do it. The triple damage shots are gonna go on target. How do you beat Grubby? You need to buy the Grubby Adversary Pack, which you can find as a microtransaction on the Steam store for $5.99. That'll give you option to the Grubby Grinder 9000, which should be pretty effective at taking care of him. Okay. Do we have the leftover medals? We do! We have 59. Okay. So I think this, as cursed as this looks, I think this is a really good option. Mage Head, Melee Chest, fucking Hero Shield, Ankh Shield, both reforged to Lucky, by the way. Magic Cuffs, Destroyer Emblem, Summon. Show this to a Terraria min-maxer to give them a stroke. Rate my build. So just take a screenshot of this build, post it to, like, the Terraria Discord, and just ask people to rate your build. Yes, I've got my Lucky Hero Shield and my Armored Destroyer Emblem, and... And no clairvoyance. Nah, fuck that. Some people just don't understand. What are the odds we die to them? Low, but I should save 12 fragments just in case. We'll save, do this. We're gonna craft, the super healing potions now. Got 44, that's plenty. Put these fragments in here, and let's go take out Vortex. So yeah, we're gonna broom the entire fight from Moonlord. Oh, and I wanna... Might as well swap on my Flesh Knuckles now. This is a very airborne fight. Cuffs really are not going to come into play. Do I have a better option than Cuffs for the Moonlord? I guess I could, swap Starveil for Cuffs and keep... Well, they're both for defense. Actually, it's better to do this. Because this effect might come into play. This effect will never come into play. I'll do this. You know, Vortex, I think is actually a pretty reasonable land-bound pillar. Let's see if I'm right. I think with this setup in particular... maybe not. Otherwise, we get shot from pretty far away. Maybe if I put a few blocks right here. Those arcing shots are actually kind of difficult. Okay, we'll just do this, and then when we need mana, we can dip down. Oh, so we've got the Vortex lighting, and then we also just have lightning. That's great. Did we clear Betsy? Yep, we killed Betsy. The mage weapons are able to deal enough DPS to take her out pretty comfortably. You ever tried to get fixed by Aquaceptor? It's really good. Thank you, Lightning. Appreciate it. I can't tell what's going on, man. There's just so many projectiles raining down on me from above. I'm gonna take a sec to heal up here. I don't want to get to the Moonlord with low HP. I don't know what that means. Kugler Sculpt official. It's almost midnight. We can do Deoclops. Ah, it's too late. It's exactly at midnight. The way those lightning strikes work, by the way, is it's Vortexians. When Vortexians die, they summon those lightning strikes above you. The pillar itself can also summon them to make hornets when you're near them. It's distance-based. Why does the weapon not ring a bell with using the other nebula weapon? I have both nebula weapons right now. We made the generally, you don't make the nebula arcanum because it normally kind of sucks. However, in our specific situation, it was much better for the old one's army, which we wanted to do. So, we made it for that. Usually use the glove that shoots the homing projectile that does really high damage. This one. I don't even know which lightning is hitting me. Honestly. Would it be better if you only had to do one pillar? I mean, if you didn't have to do 4 pillars and only had to do 1 pillar and all of the things were equal, yeah, the endgame would be less tedious, sure. Quite like Arcanum. I mean, like, it's not a bad weapon. It just kind of has the problem of the Nebula Blaze is generally a lot better. The slow projectile velocity really hurts. Was that a lightning strike? Was that a vortex pillar? I don't even know. There were like 3 of them at the same time. What the hell was that? I guess I killed 3 vortex scenes at the same time. Cloud up the Arcanum upwards right before Moonlord spawns and just nukes this 4. Yeah, the building up strat seemed to be quite good. I might do that for the Moonlord. Because it worked really well for Betsy. Get us there. Okay. We can't go above it. I wonder if the Arcanum can... No. No, the homing on its way too, aggressive. Okay, that's what I was talking about, where sometimes you're just sitting in the air and you don't really have like a telegraph. Lightning just hits you because you're just kind of vaguely nearby. So that's fun. Pillar should be just about dead. No? We're gonna swap this in. Keep all these. Drink potion buffs. Put this on for now. Because... Oh, Traveling Merchant! Picked a great time. Hey, what do you have? Pad Thai. Not bad. What is this? New pin for Snickerdoodle? Doom? Okay, drink our potion buffs. Really wish it wasn't raining for this. Actually, we can fix that if we use this. This will more or less cause the rain to end. Because passage of time. Yes, it should. Okay, we'll fire a bunch of these. Maybe it's better to do it like this. Yeah, I think he's about to spawn. And that was a good chunk of damage we got at the start of the fight off those, I think. And stop playing after cultists because it always ends up the same. That's fair. It's a very static part of the game. Not a lot that changes. Although, I think you would be hard-pressed to find somebody else that has played the post-cultist part of the game in the same way that I have. In fact, I'm not sure that the armor set I'm currently wearing has... The combination of armor and accessories that I'm wearing right now, I'm not sure anyone has ever worn these before. This is a little awkward. I don't want to pop these out early. Despite what some mages would have you believe, the Celestial Emblem, Flesh Knuckles, Hero Shield, Magic Cuffs, Destroyer Emblem, Sorcerer Emblem, Star Veil, Spectre Mask, Valhalla Knight Breastplate, Dark Artist Legging gear setup isn't exactly the mage meta right now. The mages don't want you to know about having Thunder Zapper on slot 1 for the Moonlord. Big Mage is trying to keep that a secret. Please die before, Come on. There we go. And I wonder how, can this keep up with him? Man, it's too slow to keep up with him when he's kiting. It's unfortunate. You know, what we could do, we have the defense for it, and it's kind of funny. If we socket cheese, we essentially have infinite mana, because we're constantly taking damage. We also deal extra damage from the Star Veil spikes going on him. And we're also basically immune to taking damage from the True Eyes of Cthulhu. So, this is about the most effective way I can play right now. Finish him with the Thunder Zapper? I'd like to, but it's going to be difficult. Because he heals. See how low we can get him. I just have to be very careful about... He's got his heals. Okay, 300 damage. Actually, holy shit, Thunder Zapper is actually doing a lot of damage. How much is this? 51 magic damage? On a Thunder Zapper? 51 magic damage? Okay, maybe the Thunder Zapper is pretty good. Now we get the magic weapon that nobody wants from the Moonlord. Okay. Well, that was fun. I quite liked playing all the playing mage in a very off-meta way. Right? I like magic cuffs a lot. I just think they're a lot of fun. This is not the most effective way to play mage. Don't get me wrong. Sitting here fucking sitting on spikes the entire time is incredibly stupid, but it's really fun. And I don't know what's going on here. Do Thunder Zapper only? I mean, honestly, it's not that bad, dude. 40, like... Granted, keep in mind, we do have, what, 15, 10, that's 25, 40, plus, let's see, 44, plus 10, 54, plus 20, 74, plus 7.5. We have about 80%, actually no, 10%. So we have what, like 84% damage bonuses right now, which is making our Thunder Zapper have 45 base damage. I guess with the magic power potions, 51. And then we have 25% crit chance off this and all the other stuff, which gives it 60% crit chance. This thing's actually like dishing out a lot of damage for, I mean, I'm sure you could achieve similar things if you had like a Phoenix Blaster or Demon Scythe or Aqua Scepter scaled to this stage in the game, but damn. Yeah, magic power had worn off, but we do have magic power. But yeah, I'm excited to see how Mage changes with the upcoming update. How gem staffs factor into the thing. If we can get a diamond staff up to 51 base damage at the end of the game, finish off the Moonlord with that. Take the diamond staff, make it crafted with like fucking chlorophyte. It all of a sudden does 100 damage. It's exactly the same diamond staff. It just does like 100 damage. We fixed gem staffs. Hudron Mage is really fun. It really is just that pre-Hudron needs some work. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the second you kill your first mechanical boss, Mage is pretty great. You know, I don't like the mana system at all. But I was sitting here using magic cuffs and doing incredibly stupid things to still have fun with it. And I do have a lot of fun with that. Managing your mana, figuring out when you go in and take damage, when you don't, when you have downtime. It's not as effective as just sitting there and mindlessly holding down the attack button with the mana flower, but I think it's a lot more fun. So that's nice. And pretty much every point from the twins onward, I felt like I had just great weapons for dealing with things. A lot of that was just the Rainbow Rod. And if you ignore the fact that I was constantly getting myself killed trying to use the Pixie Mount, the Rainbow Rod was really effective at most of the stuff we needed to do. I think a lot of the reason that I had a lot of fun was just the Rainbow Rod, and the Rainbow Rod being really fun. I mean, sitting here and just being able to use the Rainbow Rod on the Eclipses, the Rainbow Rod on Motions, the Rainbow Rod on Golem, the Rainbow Rod on the dungeon. This is also the first playthrough I've done in quite a while where I have not killed Duke Fishron or the Empress of Light. We basically did the post-Golem events, Pumpkin Moon, Eclipse, Motion Madness, and Old One's Army, instead of doing Fishron and Empress, and I feel like it went perfectly fine. I mean, the Broom's a perfectly fine alternative to the Soaring Insignia. The weapons we had were fine. Bat Scepter's really good. It just feels incredibly underwhelming because there's no magic or no sound effects. And as soon as we got these plus magic cuffs for infinite mana battery just shreds the Old One's Army. Completely decimates it. Because this is about how fast you run out of mana with them normally. This is pretty high drain. But if you're sitting on this, you can just spam them infinitely. No concerns whatsoever. You've got infinite mana. And Wasp Gun was tragic? Yeah, that could have been fun. Yeah, shout out to the MVP Shark Spike block. I think also, ultimately, not making the Celestial Cuffs worked out better because that meant I could make the Celestial Emblem later. More mage accessories out of the Mage Flower crafting tree. Magic cuffs? You got a magic cuff right there. You can get back mana when you get hit. Increases your max mana by 20. That's huge. Got 280 max mana right now. Mage kind of lacking accessories. Yeah, I think my issue with it is that I don't like the Mana Flower line of accessories. So I usually don't end up doing them. I don't know what does a crystal ball do? I don't know what that is. Okay, that was a solid, what, 15 hours? 14 and a half hours? Pretty good. I think I should go drink another energy drink and then stay up the entire night again instead of working on editing a hardcore guide. That'd be great. Ranger only has 2 unique accessories. No, Ranger has more than 2 unique accessories. You've got the quivers, which, sure, aren't much. And then you have the scopes, but you can have 2 scopes and they stack with each other. That's like, it's like how melee can have 2 gloves, the fire gauntlet and the mechanical glove. Like, you can just have 2 scopes and they both stack with each other, fully inheriting the effects. So that's, sure, it's the same accessory, but you can have 2 of them, and that, I feel like counts more than just having 2 accessories. I mean, what does melee have if not the glove upgrades? Celestial Shell and, like, Werewolf form, I guess, but those are also just kind of classless stuff that benefits melee the most. Multiplayer gotta be useful since multiplayer is confusing. Yeah, I've thought about it. It's just... Melee's difficult to... multiplayer is difficult to make a guide for just because a lot of it comes down to, like, server hosting. And that's the sort of thing that can be difficult to guide people with. Especially, like, T-Shock and stuff. I have a good experience with T-Shock. I know how to use it. I've thought about making a T-Shock guide. It's just a lot of work. But yeah.